Come on, game. I saw Schlotterbeck. That card looks awful. Come on, you can't tell me you're excited about that card. He looks bad. He's not better than just keep Schlotterbeck's rare gold. I'd rather have Slide Tackle Plus than Block Plus. You'll be fine. Don't spend the extra money. It's not worth it. Do we really need, like, I mean, I quote-unquote appreciate a Kimmich card, but do we need one? They just gave us Bowie. Can't believe I'm hearing this from you. Listen. He looks bad in FIFA. What do you want me to say? Okay, I could not care about anything less than I care about dynamic image. I would not care if everybody had just the base image. I do not care. What are we thinking? Oh, cool. So I made money on him. Alright, that'll be yet again another elite division. We're looking at 3 1 of 4 86s, and those are tradable. That actually sounds exciting. Okay. Ginter. Sorry, but we're gonna keep those for Schlotterbeck has anticipated 90 dribbling. Okay, so now I'm excited about him. Maybe they'll give him Classic 10. I mean, he's got the best left foot in Europe, let's be real. I'd rather Schlotterbeck at 10 than Julian Brandt. Do you think I'm gonna find a game today? I can just nobody. Oh, you know what I heard? Supposedly it's better to turn off location-based matchmaking. What am I excited about? Bohemian, I don't think you can see it because it's back in the chat for you. Stability issue. But Bohemian said we're getting Schlotterbeck with 5-star skills and Trickster and 90 dribbling, which imagine that for a center back. Kidding, that's not happening. So this was supposed to be off? Was that what that was? No, that new Schlotterbeck looks awful. He's gonna be like 300k, and that's 200k too much for that card. It's such a small improvement over his gold, man. I'm not going to buy him. Not unless they give him like perfect play styles. What? What do you mean something went wrong? Come on. There it goes. Okay. Congrats on not falling asleep. Hanson Centurion. Are rewards worth opening today because we have just more players in packs than we will tomorrow, even though a lot of, obviously, the promo cards aren't going to be worth it? Try the new rolls, they all seemed a bit meh. Yeah, I think you have to be really specific with how you use them. But chat, should I open rewards today or should I wait? Because cards are going to be more valuable tomorrow on the very slight chance I actually pack anybody, but hey, Vest. Best of Team of the Week has ended. You would wait. So Patty would wait, but Vest says it's worth it. Made the inside forward for left mid, right mid less effective. Everything's congested. Would open now because many have value cards. Well, so that's the point. Is tomorrow we'll get a lot of really high value cards. But there's only gonna we'll get some good cards. But there's only going to be 15 of them in packs. Today we've got 40 promo cards in packs or something. I know the weight on all of them is going to be less, but what are the chances I actually get somebody tomorrow? You think we're just able to pack more today? I wish I could save the player picks, but I have to open the player picks first. Because I would open the rest of my packs and see how the weight is and then do picks, but... yeah, we've got all of Thunderstruck and then... Has the next promo been leaked? I can't find the game. So somebody said Lamine Yamal, somebody said Messi's coming. We've had Schlotterbeck and Kobel. Have we had anybody else? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it, huh? Oh. Open the tradable today and the untradeable with new. Using same. Yeah, I haven't touched any of my settings. All the settings are the same. The new promo cards coming with additional playstyles. It shouldn't be new playstyles. I doubt we're getting those yet. You, Paulinho. Who would use a card like that at CDM? Use your 5'4" or 5'7" CDMs. Same with Thuram. This is like a 5'8" max height for any position that isn't center back. Stream Bohemian. So this is really depressing. Because I've never had matchmaking issues like this in any other FIFA. Like, I just want to be able to find a game. I've been sitting here for like 10 minutes already. Inform Vidi from from Div 4. Yeah, that's definitely better than anything I'd get from Elite. But that's how this game is. Congrats, man. I hope you didn't do the POTM or that card is tradable. One of the two. Because it would suck if you've got both untradeable now. Yeah, this is wild. So either everybody has crossplay off and nobody plays on PC, or nobody plays Elite Division and I just can't find a match. Yeah, there's almost no way you got his card without the dupe theory of already having done his SBC. I just want a game, dude. I just want to play the video game. I mean, it's Thursday. Nobody wants to get their games done early. Everybody just rushes at the end of the week. Does everyone want to just play Tuesday, Wednesday? Assuming a Dortmund fan, why? Why? Because they're fun. Because they play genuinely exciting attacking football, except for last year, and we're not sure how this year is going because it's been weird, but Terzic was no fun to watch. But the rest of the time, they're really fun. There's always, like, it's just the youth talent, man. We go from, like, Lewandowski, Royce, and Gundogan, who are just in Hummels, and Götze back then. Like, everybody's a big fan. Not to mention club legends of Kuba and Kagawa and Piszczek and all of them, Weidenfeller. But then, like, a lot of that team leaves, and you only get Royce, and you gotta support Royce because he's the only one who stayed for so long. But, like, everybody leaves. But you get the replacements of Aubameyang and Mkhitaryan, and like, those two go. But then it's Usman Dembele, it's Christian Pulisic, it's Jadon Sancho, Gio Reyna, who looked exciting but not doing so well anymore. Erling Haaland, Jude Bellingham, Julian Duranville right now looks like a world beater if he could only ever stay fit. Jamie Gittins is having a great start to the season. We're seeing more and more youth talents at other clubs, so I don't think it's as big of a deal now. Like, City's got a couple coming through. Liverpool's got a couple coming through. Although you aren't seeing any at Arsenal. United's kind of having a couple coming through. Mainu and Diallo. Madrid doesn't really have any because those are all... I mean, Dortmund's are all purchased mostly, but... you know, Madrid does have Güler and Endrick, though it's not like they get game time. Barca's obviously exciting with the youth talent. You can't really beat them right now, but... You've got a couple at Liverpool. I think that's the other kind of main team. Trent came up through, not that he's young anymore, but is Harvey Elliott still there? And they've got Curtis Jones, and there's somebody else. It's still just Dortmund, like Usman, Pulisic, Gio, Jadon. Like, how do you go from so many unknown names to just producing world-class talent year after year? A2K, we're not talking about bench players. We're talking about players that are actually getting starting time, because I'm not seeing Nwaneri, Miles Lewis-Skelly. I'm not seeing any of them actually playing. You didn't touch his SBC, so good for that, Leonidas. At least, finally, a game. It's a good thing you haven't done that SBC. Congrats on getting that video then. Oh my god, it doesn't even join. Yellow Wall is unmatched. Also, just... Dortmund fans are unlike any other fan base. Oh, my club. Maybe. Can we join the match this time? Because that would be fun. I thought it was going through. All right. Just want to play the video game, man. I want to play. You've seen all these new rules I have, and I'm not using any of them. The thing about the rules this year is you can't use certain roles if you're using other roles. So I think Shadow Striker, right now with the experience, what I'm testing, Shadow Striker doesn't make sense because then I'm just playing a 4-4-2. If I've got, like, I'd rather have kind of my 3 forwards with, like, wide mid, striker, wide mid, rather than the cam push up and then kind of block the wide mids from getting forward. And then the attacking wing back is really forcing the wingers to get inside even a little bit more. So, like, you've got to use certain roles to use other roles. With CDM buildup, it messes with the rest of my team because they're too central, and then none of my other players can get central. Classic 10 I haven't tested because I don't have a rule plus for it, so I don't really want to put an opinion on it because, again, nobody's actually got good AI for that position. Bro. Advanced forward support is going to be great for a 2-striker setup. I don't think it's good for a single striker setup. They start deeper and they make less runs, so you can pass it to them more. But I think your advanced forward support, you want to be maybe that new Raul who's got like some good passing, but it's going to be Raul next to Vinny or next to Mbappe or somebody who's fat. So you want your advanced forward attack. If somebody who's going to push the opposition line a little bit more back, somebody you want kind of just making the runs every time, and then advanced forward support makes sense for a supporting striker. For a single striker, I think advanced forward support is just too weak. It's not that their positioning is bad, it's that I need their positioning to be aggressive to open up space for somebody else, and they're not aggressive enough. Because when Schuler was on advanced forward support, she just kind of... like, she stayed accessible, but then the rest of my team was harder to play with. Wow, Maicon. That's really strange, man. Thank you, Gregor. That was really strange also. Alright. That's not where I wanted that. Okay, that works. I'll just go wide here. Make the overlap, that's fine. You get lucky, bounces back, and that's unlucky. I don't know how that gets through. Thank you. Great ball, Schuler. I think I've played this person before. Enzo string of numbers sounds familiar. Such a basic way of playing. Very boring game here. I do have the cam on Playmaker Buildup instead of Playmaker Balanced, so that is one of the new rules as well. And you can just tell Hamshik is a little deeper. That might make sense if I don't have much midfield support, but considering I have the two CDMs behind him, I don't think him being deeper is going to accomplish anything. So again, I've just got less players on offense. That's really the end of that story. And that's not something I want. Man. Okay. Good hero. Yeah. Why is this game being weird again? Ah, I actually get blocked out there. Good. Okay. He stopped his run. Why did he stop his run? Okay. How does he make that pass? Tried to build up on the cam, but sits too deep. That's exactly what I'm experiencing right now. That's mine. Also, Hamshik is like almost playing right back there. That's strange. Man. Well, and that wasn't the pass I wanted, but alright. Guess we'll take the corner. Playmaker build-up, I think, is just going to have to come off. Once you're competing for major honors, you don't have that much capacity to give too many chances unless you have some exceptional talent. Yeah, but it's not fun. I don't care. Like, whatever. If I like watching youth talent, that just means I don't watch that team. I see what you mean and I raise you. That means I won't watch you. I don't care about the competition you're competing for. The talent, the youth coming through, giving actual youth chances. It's so fun for me. Screw you. Okay, if I score, I'm passing the ball around the back because F this opponent. Bro, no game. Come on. And nothing I can do there, and that outball exists for some reason. Look at this guy, dude. Why to her? It works, but like, it's not what should have happened. You've got to be kidding me. You cannot be serious with that. No. This guy's so bad. I plan co-op. Co-op 20 zoom. No, 20 height 0 zoom. Whatever the furthest away it can be is. So co-op for a single player camera. 20 height 0 zoom. Here's all the others that they added this year. Pretty alarming thought about rules based on Cleffy. Yeah? What's up, Patty? Build up on cam too deep. These new tactics are awful. Should have kept the old. I would have preferred to just play FC24 again. I have less fun with this game than last year. I appreciate that you have to use them and that there are some interactions between one rule versus another, but it really forces you to play with very specific things. And it just limits the amount of players you can use. And even the plus runs they make this year are worse than the runs they would have made last year anyway, so what's the point? There's no benefit to us as players just to, like, I don't know, people who want to test things. But why is it twice this move? Come on. Come on. First time after listening to the podcast, excited to learn. Welcome on in, Gabrielle. Is it Gabrielle or Gabriel? Hamshik. Come on. It's 3 times this half game, and it really wasn't happening first half, so why are we bouncing so much? Thank you. Supposedly the patch adjusted left stick dribbling, but I can't say it's better in any way. The first touch is still kill you. And that's all you do. You're just going to do a sprint touch again. Such a boring opponent to play against. It's a great ball, Bowie. Try to just have Mullen run from deep because it's probably not going to be marked. It was marked. Don't think I had many other options there. No, man. I moved the goalie that way, but he runs up. That's not where I'm going, game. Come on, man. That's a good ball. He might be able to. That's good. Very surprised that's what you marked. Most people would mark the Trivella, so that's why I didn't do it, because I thought you would cover it. She's surprisingly got the strength there, but then first touches mess with you again. That's through the opponent. That's very lucky in my regard. One of the things he said is that last year over 30% of players used default tactics. I'm really going to concede 2 kickoffs this game, man. Come on. Screw that, dude. Literally scores a Trivella from 30 yards off one kickoff and a whatever off the other, and the rest of the game is just spamming sprint boost and through balls, and that's it. Somebody who doesn't want to play the game, somebody who's only here to win and nothing else, and I'm so annoyed that there's no benefit to actually playing the game. People just get done, get out, get your games done. No fun in the game, no reason to play, nothing to do. So everybody just wants to leave as quick as possible. Should you do Bowie? Bowie's fine. I mean, if you can link him, there's no problem with it. I don't think he's that the most... Huh? Nobody wants to play somebody who spams high press. I don't know what you're talking about. You couldn't even hold the ball. You just got forward and spam sprint boost. Are you arguing that sprint boost, that your L1 sprint spam that you did in every single attack, is more fun than trying to play an actual possession-based style you might see in real life? Because I don't see the argument here. I'm a small streamer. I'm new to this, but you can't really argue against having people who want to watch the style, so I don't know what your problem is here. I also have attacking wingback. I've got attacking CDMs. I'm trying to get my cam and my striker involved as well. So I've got, on some of my attacks, 8 different attackers. You only ever had 2 attackers. How are you going to argue that your style was more fun? Ah, that was meant for Elsha. I don't see the problem. Okay, but here's the thing. You just want to get your rewards done, Enzo. I'm trying to play and actually enjoy the game. So there's a difference between trying to hop off of it as quick as possible and actually accomplish something in the match. This is how I have fun in the game. Were you having fun, or were you just playing to get your rewards and then get off the match? Because it felt like we were playing incredibly different ideas of what a video game is even for. Video games aren't for rewards for me. They're trying to accomplish something on the field. Yeah, I couldn't think of one to do there. And counter. It's more fun. Okay, so you're just getting blocked. Have a good night, man. I hope you have more fun somewhere else. This chat isn't for you because you're just not going to enjoy being here anyway. Don't bother being here. Go have some more fun with your night at somewhere else. You are done. It's not worth it. Like, you've got other things you could have more fun doing. Don't be here. Go enjoy your night somewhere else. You want to get off of your match as quick as possible so you can waste your night in somebody's YouTube chat complaining about what they're doing. Like, what are you doing with your life? So here's the tricky thing about attacking wingbacks is when you are playing a 4-3-3, which doesn't happen too often, you get a big mismatch on offense, but then every single time you lose the ball, you get countered just like this. There's another sprint boost. Yeah, that's going to be this whole match. Alright. Ah, come on, Bowie. No, let me switch player and I get the ball back there again. Like, you want to say it's boring to face my attack? You know how boring it is when somebody gets forward and just does L1 sprint boost every single attack? It's got to be more boring than just trying to do any kind of varied defending. Yeah. He took his touchdown the wrong direction, and that's quite an outlet ball. Thank you. No, to hamshake him, and I can't accept that. Damn it, man. Why is that not a better pass? He's got incisive. Come on. Aw. That's interesting. That's lucky. Man, kickoff spam. Actually short. So it works, and then just that. I have... Did I not put Ta on target man? I'm confused. It should be Ta. Okay. I don't know. People play games in different ways. I'm allowed to complain about yours. You're allowed to complain about mine. I think you're wrong. You're never going to agree with me. You're only right in FIFA. Let's put it that way. No other game no other game has a fan base that's like acceptant of the stuff that we do. Oh, come on. And just every time. Thank you. Yes, the return of the attacking CDM. Wrong player. I get lucky. Get unlucky. Okay. What if I... Yeah, Goalie, hello. Okay. I missed a bunch of stuff. Spawn to Patties here. Ends like your trash. Has play size footy. I try. That's why you should play the way you like. It's a video game, simple as that. If I want to go. Budget player Leia. Yeah, I know this will cost me, but I'm having fun, so it's a trade. No matter what you do in this game, it's a trade-off. Like, I want to, I want to attack with players. I want to have actual build-up that's recognizable to something I would watch in real life. Then you get countered to crap in this game. It's whatever it is. Patty, I'm getting to yours because yours is gonna be a longer answer. I'm responding to the other things. So I tried out the like all basic tried out the all basic default tactic a couple times, like, because it always makes the round. Some YouTubers like, oh, I just went, I created a new formation and didn't touch any instruction. Okay. And like they played fine. I'd say it definitely like plays better than you would expect it to, but I wouldn't say it was good per se. Again, fine, and I guess fine is just good enough for most people. This play is very interesting because both my wide mids are very deep now. Yeah, first touches just kill you. That's my opponent's first build-up, and it's offside. Like, you didn't need to put tactics on, and I guess that was EA's biggest problem, was just you should need to have to engage with that system. Now you have to. You probably can't use all default, because it'll be really bad. No game. Because they want their metrics to look good. It's more that than anything else. Do they interfere with each other? I don't really think they did. Like, I see what you mean. How does he get in front of that? I don't think balance was necessarily less interfering than not balance, though. Did they make better runs off of each other because they were all balanced and then, like, therefore they know what to expect out of each other? Wrong player again. Also, I really don't think so. Why doesn't quick step occur there? Ah, game. I got lucky. I got almost very lucky. Bro, is this all this game is now? That's 3 attacks in a row. You've just... That driven pass from El Shaarawy went to the wrong player. That was annoying. Oh, if he gets physical there, I win that battle. He doesn't shield it out the right way. Thank you, Koble. Test it on default. No. Okay. I was darn quickly taken in corners. Try the new rules and focus? Yeah, they're all bad. You might be able to get them to work in some formations, but they don't work for mine. And that's really the thing about like the FCIQ rule thing, is either they work with the other rules you have in your team or they don't. It's still a tackle from behind. Good. Right, I can't play that this year. Let me switch player, please, game. Good. I took the safer option, which means my attack guaranteed to hold on to the ball, but if she takes the first touch I ask of her, I score there. She just doesn't take any first touch. Come on, game. That almost works out for you. Damn. Thank you. Like Leffy basically said people don't use the old tactic system, and then the old tactic system never worked. Yeah, I remember that. I've only actually listened to the first part of that interview, but I do remember that part of he said what, like 30% of players in high divisions just use default basic tactics, and then obviously like 90% of people use the same formation and all that, but nah, he's not going to be able to play that. Doesn't have the right passing stats, and just his VVD has the right passing stats for that, though. Oh, and you're gonna celebrate that. You don't deserve it, man. Damn. Yeah, his counterattacks are really bad. It goes through me at the end, though. 69, so this is the problem. 69% possession only results in 3 shots versus 8 shots for the opponent. Like, I should be able to actually generate attacks playing like this, and I can't. So frustrating. Would love to see you try new players. I'm not losing money before Team of the Year, though. I know, but I'm not, like, the more testing I do now, the less I can do in the future. And nobody in the game is somebody I want to use right now. I want to use Messi's future card or special cards in the future, and Neymar's and all that. And if I lose a bunch of coins now, I won't be able to. Because there's so few. Like, I want to use Messi, Neymar, Hansen, Foden, Dybala. That's kind of it. There's so few players in the game that actually work for my style and work ideally that it's got to be so specific for what I'm doing. That said, I'm not getting this to work today either. I mean, and there's so few, like, if Raul had press proven, I would do that Raul card. Because he looks really... Alvarez, no. Wrong body type. He's unique, but he's, like, stocky. What are the prices on PC for Toddy cards? Like, 10 million. Neymar's rush card now. Can't get him on chem and doesn't have a roll ++. I would dribble great with him, but the attacking AI is the most important thing this year, honestly. I would use that Raul, assuming Madrid get the upgrades if he had press proven. If he gets that, I'm doing him. Be 90 dribbling, 97 with a finisher, 96. Perfect shooting, finesse, roll ++. He's got average and lean, actually a lower weight, which is all good. But not press proven, so I'm not looking at it. Yeah, let's see. Can I... So we'll look at Hansen. Started at 9, moved up to 12, 14, 13, 14, 15, extinct 15. Held at 15 for about a month there. Way down to 8 and then declines. Messi, and remember this was the Messi that half of the player base got, it felt like. So I guess console, he's like 8, 9, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. PC is just extinct. We're looking... Like, he starts at 11, and I'm like, oh, if he drops, I could actually be able to buy him, and then he's extinct. Bellingham, I remember, was the same. Where's Jude? Starts at 6, and I'm like, I had 9 million around Toddy, and I'm like, I could buy somebody like that. Oh no, he's 14. Never mind. So the only player I actually ended up buying from Team of the Year was KDB. Because he was only like 3 million. Oh, he started high. Oh no, I did spend about 5 million on that card. 5 million for KDB. That's quite a decent amount. Forget they're on PC. The market is garbage. Yeah, the market is so bad. I understand they can't combine the markets, but it's not okay for a competitive game to not have combined markets, because, like, I can play players that have an advantage against me in the market, which isn't my fault. Again, only game I know of that does something like that. I know they have to, because, like, hackers would destroy the console market, but consider fix the hacking thing, maybe. Chat, by the way, next time somebody like that comes in and like starts talking after a match and goes, oh, you played so garbage, whatever. Just remind me not to engage. It's not worth the time of it, because I'm not going to convince his mind of anything. I'm not gaining a subscriber or anything. And I'd rather spend time with people who actually want to be here, the people who have put in time to my channel. So it should just, I think my default response should be like, hey, GG, go enjoy your night. Not do literally anything else, because you're not going to get anything from me. Okay. So today's playing very different than yesterday was. It's got to be cam build-up that's really messing with stuff. I would have assumed I would have intercepted that. I want to fix the cam because, wow. I don't think that build-up does anything for me. You have a lot of playstyles. The last year they had 2 playstyle pluses, but not really more base playstyles. But yeah, the two. Okay, the 2 playstyle pluses are a big deal. It was like the first big-ish power curve increase. Come on. Nice. Oh. Patty, you've got to remind me about that L1 first touch you mentioned. What even is that? Do I have to press anything else, or is it just like holding L1? Because you said tap, but if I tap it, it just sends somebody on a run. Alright. I only make that pass because I know I had an outlet away from it. Why does it go to the wrong player first? What? How? The defenders cover such a big range there. He's offside. I think honestly, chat, if I had to be honest, like, I think my least favorite thing about this year is the fact that defenders are more agile than attackers. Good, Kochawi. Down. Good, Steven. Stefan. Darn. Okay. Budget player Leia. I mean, I do a skill move and completely get blocked off, and she's just stronger. But again, like, all that build up, I want to generate an actually pretty attack from it, and all I can actually build or generate. Ah, yes, offside, darn. All I can actually end up generating is some jam. What do I gotta do to get there to be space on the field in the way that I need? That's fine. I can't open untradeable packs without just... Yeah, I've got... My thing is completely full into duplicate storage. What do you think about 4-3-3-2 with attacking wing back? The left wing and right wing are still pretty bad because they're too far forward. I plan on giving it a try again at some point. Actually, maybe I can soon. because I do have better wingbacks now than I used to have when I first tried that one. Nah. Try to block that game. The goalie movement is weird there. It doesn't actually register what I'm wanting. It's one of those passes that I'm just like, but that was kind of just through me game. What is that turnaround pass, man? Tap sprint twice while R1. Just a quick press of quick press of L1. Huh. See the record? Schuler, I think, is just under a goal a game, but like there's obviously been a lot of quits and all that. What was more plus and plus plus? So. Oh yeah, and Buffon SBC. Buffon will be an immediate complete for me. He's like a top 5 favorite player of all time. So there's no question about it. That card will get done. I've got the fodder. And guaranteed icon cam in a spot like a goalkeeper is great to have for a while. That pass is so bad, which is so frustrating, because what's the point of semi-passing then? No, that was a defensive input, not a possession one. Sheesh, man. Roll plus versus plus plus. So apparently they make the same, like, they have the same runs they can make, but plus plus players will make that run quicker and better and more often. So like they try to do the same thing, but plus will just like do it less frequently. That's good. That's kind of glitched. That was very strange. Good. I'll take it back though. See, that's so much space in the midfield. And if I just combined Daniel and Malin. If Daniel would make his run, I would have scored there. Good, Ta. Nice. Cool. My thoughts on 4-4-1-1? Bad, unfortunately. I wanted to like it, and it's too crowded. So the existence of the center mids being closer to the wide mids means the wide mids make less runs. Sometimes the center mid will make it instead. I don't really want my center mids attacking because I need them to be creative and defensive. The less consistent your players like that are too, the more difficulty you have in build-up, because every build-up's a little different. Now that has its advantages, some build-ups, because your opponent's like, actually, I don't know where I'm going to have to defend them either, but it means you have to be really spot on with noticing where your players are. And sometimes they will just be in worse positions because they're like, they get forward when they shouldn't. That's exactly my problem this year, man. I should be able to dribble there so easy. Any pass here, I'd be able to complete that dribble. I just can't this year. So here's the thing about the high press. That's a wild block, let's be real. Thank you, Stanway. That's to the wrong player. That's lucky it's back to me. We'll just send you on a run and fail to get around. okay. I'll have the inside run. Underlap, that's the word I meant, but failed at it completely. I was gonna say good, Todd, but it falls right back to them. Thank you, that's through. It's just, when you're playing against a high press, what do you want me to do, EA? Literally, like, what is my option here? This is my option. This is all I have. And I'm bored if I have to do that every attack. Oh. I had to be aggressive that way. I just ended up making the right call. Shouldn't have been a foul, but I'd rather give up a foul than the actual attack. Good, Bowie. Good Schuler. I'm not going to be able to play that pass. Good, Kochawi. Alright. Oh, that's lucky. Passes to entirely the wrong player, though. Ta can't get that. Commit a foul, please. That's a turnaround pass, so that feels bad, but we're fine. You shouldn't be able to pressure me through that, though. I've got press proven game. I think that's what that's supposed to be for, is having a player at your back. Interesting. Good hero. No! What? I did one input game. I did literally one input. What on earth do you mean? Okay. That's offside. Bro, you've got more games to play. Why are you watching? Just save us the time. You don't deserve that. You got in my box like twice. I completely decimate you in any good video game. But whatever. Let's just move on with our lives. God. Damn it, man. First touch where you hold R1 and flick the rights. Yeah, and I stopped using that one because that was bad for me. Deploying, build up, and in the 4-4-1-1, deploying build up on the center mids ruined everything for me. Do you have inside forward on left mid, right mid, or do you have winger? Because on winger, I think that's perfect. On inside forward, it's awful. Because that's exactly what I was talking about. They're so central that they never support out wide, and then they take up central space from the left mid and right mid from being able to get forward. This team worked yesterday. I don't understand why it doesn't today. Nothing else has changed. We're on short passing. This is, everything else is the same. I'm just going to have to try back on defend. I wish I could say better things. I wish we had a video game that I could go, oh, you know, deep playing build up might make sense sometimes, you know. Not for what I'm doing. Deep playing build up on, like, in a 4-3-3 might make sense because your wingers are just ahead of the center mids, so they don't get blocked from cutting in the same way. But here's the thing, right? Not that, this one. if you're like this, and if you're like me where you want this player and this player to get here and get here, they don't do that very well when this player is here because they want to cut inside through this space and somebody's already there. Which means if my cam and my striker are kind of here and my center mids take up a little bit higher up on the field, this player either like comes back to support or has to be wider before they cut inside. So having these deeper, if these players are just back here, that means when I want my left mid and right mid to get inside, they can do whatever they want. They're not blocked out by the center mids from taking that space. That's what I just did, and you should be able to notice. I took off roaming on the CDMs, which has a similar problem. I've liked better generally, but again, we're having problems with it today. Already feeling better movement from my left mid and right mid. The question is build-up harder because I'm lacking two of my build-up players from being higher up the field? The answer is probably not because of how this game's designed, but... Oh, Stanway, come on. Okay, Barilla also could have had that. Yep. I guess I just need to shoot. I just need to take that shot because that's more effective than actually cutting back inside and relying on a first touch. That's a weird pass, but alright. What? Okay. Nice. No, it was meant for Karchawi, although she'll make the underlap, and yeah, not strong enough. That's fine. Thank you. Try it with her again. Doesn't do the skill move I registered. Right, I wanted to look at the one skill move last game that double registered for no reason. That's mine. Oh. Okay. That's lucky. That's unlucky. So was that. Good, Karchawi. And it doesn't register the ball roll first, so it messes up. Why are we just not registering anything today? Okay, my game... She just ends up on the ground from, like, the AI. It was weird. Why do so many people have Drogba now? Like, did he just get cheap, or was he really packable recently, or what? Because, like, this is a very popular card now. What do you want from me, game? Okay, that's a red card, so... That's such a weird animation, man. Like, he gains a speed boost there. Okay. Why can't I get that either? Okay. Oh. Good hero. Take that. Man, just, I can't do anything, dude. Come on. Where am I meant to go? That's the fastest I feel like I've seen any player run this year. This is also no fun. Like... Okay, yeah, this game also seems weird. I don't know what's going on here. People are so quick with goalie movements. Just use your defenders for once in your life, man. No! Game! God, man. Watch them leave, man. Okay, they don't. So I'm pretty sure that was also a hacked match, chat. I didn't want to talk about it, but I'm pretty sure it was. Oh, I am way off from my webcam, first of all. Second of all. You see how slidey these players are? Look at Van de Ven here. See how weird that looks? Is this just weird to me, or does this look weird to everybody else? That was so frustrating. This one also looked weird to me, but I don't know if this is just a... Like, there's definitely a speed boost gained here, because they're at max speed, and then they gain a lot of speed, but I don't know if that's just a professional foul animation this year. So I can't really comment on that. You see this here from Mendy, though. Look at this, look at that. Yeah, no, this isn't right. Like there. See how fast that acceleration is? Sprint jockey was so bad. Sprint jockey was so bad. I genuinely could not. It was slidey. It was like, I couldn't control it at all. The speed boost on that one, but like, you get the same speed boost here. You see what I mean? Like, the step up. I don't know, those also look weirdly fast to me. But not as bad. Yeah, no, like that looks more like more legitimate movement. Yeah, it's an entirely different. You see the startup here? It's hard to explain, but there's an extra step or two. Like as he sorts his feet out, he gets up to top speed really quickly, but he has to sort his feet out. The other team like never had to sort their feet out. Speedy to glory is also questionable. That's going to be a report from me, not that it's going to do anything, but... What do you do instead? Normal jockey. Was Sprint Jockey added this year? Because I don't remember that existing in past years. That being said, sometimes when you try to do the foul, the player can't catch up. Yeah, that was a... I think part of the animation was catching up, but part of it was definitely really strange to me. Is Hero any good? Hero's pretty decent. It's been there for like 5 years. I swear this is the first year I've heard of it. I swear I tried it last year, or last night, and it just kind of pulled my players way too far out of position. Hero is definitely missing intercept or anticipate. It'd be really, really good if he had at least one, but you can make do with Bruiser Plus. He seems a little weak in the air, which definitely like he needs to. You need an area plus center back. You just have to have one. You can tell he's got high stats but low play styles. You know what I mean? What a pass that is. Thank you. I'm just going to sprint through. Come on, game. Good. That's not the skill move I did. That's lucky. That's a foul. Okay. It's the right call because the opponent didn't deserve to concede that, but also I literally don't have a button to commit a foul there, so it's very strange. You know what I mean? Hamshake just glitched his way through there. I have to change my kit numbers so bad, man. Good, Hero. Okay. Damn. No game. Okay. It's heavy there. Oh, I don't intercept that either. Okay. It's mine. Yeah, that doesn't work. I mean, he is like a classic bruiser, so if you know how to use seal out, it will be beneficial sometimes, but oh, what? He starts running away. Damn. I was gonna say. Alright. No. Game. Thank you. Yeah. Man. Come on. Good. Massive from Barella. Good overlap. Okay. Oh, it's a foul at least. We'll take the pen. It's very strange tackle from behind, but we'll take it. Never mind. Does Hamsik have press proven? Yeah, he has press proven. Was it L2 or was it L2 R2 there? It might have just been L2 because it I knew it was gonna get physical, so you just kind of press L2 and hope. But he does have press proven minus, yeah. I keep forgetting to test out Sprint Jockey again in defense. I felt so uncomfortable with it last night. Yeah, great. I have to learn a new corner routine. Why? Come on. Good. Okay. Come on, Elsha. Let's go. 93 finishing or whatever. And goalie movement, so should be guaranteed, but we all know how this game is. Good hero. Never strong enough, so I'm fine there. That's ridiculous from Barella. It's good from Karchow and then unfortunate. Okay. Might just be faster there, yeah. Okay. Patch nerf to VVD corners? That would be nice. Call it a night, watch the rest. Take it easy at 2. I'm genuinely surprised how many of you watch the VODs. Like, that was not something I expected. As far as I know, VODs are like a... You know, to me, you post them and like the video's kind of done with. I gained 2 subscribers here. Thank you, by the way. Yeah, a lot of you are like, I want to watch the VOD back to learn more about my game, and it's a genuine treat how many of you actually want to learn from me. Oh, lucky. Is that Hamsik on the run? Never mind. I have to guard multiple things here with Karchow, so I want to be careful at first. Barella got back, so I was fine then. He's heavy doing that because it's off of the other touch. Hamsik is ridiculous, though. Like, this is the benefit of him over Milo. Might not be as precise with it, but he'll just run through sometimes. Been a great stream, enjoying. Thanks, Gabriel. Gabriel. Crap. Okay, here's the thing. You're watching from, I know you came in from the podcast, and I have the assumption that a lot of podcast viewers are British because the two other hosts are. So I should assume it's Gabriel, but I don't know any Gabriels in footy, so I'm just used to Gabriel and Gabriel Jesus. I guess both are on Arsenal now, but anyway. There may be like a... I'm sure there's somebody named Gabriel, but... The only big ones are Gabriel. If I could roll my R's, I would do it, but I can't. So that worked okay. I don't necessarily want attack, but like... I gotta make, again, sacrifices with my playstyle somewhere. Just to get players forward. Either it's fine. That's fine. That's fair. Excuse me. I want to get a stream board or stream deck or stream keyboard or whatever they call it. Looks like I have something like right here that I could just tap to mute. What was I gonna say? What was I going to say? Despite the... my wingers had a lot of effectiveness for me that match, but despite them being effective in the final third with attack, they really lack in build-up. I don't know if the trade-off is worth it. You know what I did want to do? I did want to try out the 4-3-3 again. I'm pretty sure this is going to teach me, once again, no, don't do it, but... Okay, how do I set this up? Advance forward. I might try support with that because we'll have inside forward on the wingers anyway. This isn't even the right. Give me my 4-3-3 holding. Deep lying build up must break everything here. I can't imagine that would work. We have to do defend. But he can be deep lying. Yeah, we can definitely try deep lying build up with him. You know, we'll try with both. Because that would probably be ideal. A little more predictable in where they are than box to box. It's about the same idea, but consistently able to build up with. The main draw of trying this right now is attacking fullback, or attacking wingback ++ on both fullbacks. Defender, deep lying. This has to be... I know this isn't the ideal setup because I'm missing inside forward ++ rolls. Which I could have with Joao Felix. I don't know who my right side would be, but... yeah. I don't want to take Elsha out of the team, man. Ever thought about competitive? Not really. Somebody in my Discord actually said they did a ladder earlier. I guess it would be interesting to test my skills, but this is just the wrong year to do it because there's such a little skill gap between anybody. Again, we have pros that can't do 15-0. We have pros that can't consistently get their rivals wins. It is not, you know, a game built for consistent competitive play, so... like, it'd be, I guess, curious to test myself, but whatever the results are don't mean anything this year other than, are you good at looking for the jam? The other thing, like, I know my attacking wingback setup I'm using right now would get destroyed by a pro because they will be clinical on every counterattack. The opponents I'm playing now they get their counters, and I'm able to defend enough of them where the game's still staying pretty even. But if I face somebody who's a monster in the counter, I'll just get wrecked. Reindeer's Thunderstruck. So he's tall and lean, which is the best of the tall body types and still an overall bad body type. I think he's Tiki Taka Plus, which is exciting for me. I like that one. I haven't looked at the rest of the card. But tall and lean is one of the worst body types for me. He's going to escape things because of his strength. The opponent paused here, which is strange. First of all, supposedly he's really exciting in real life. So if you get a chance to watch him, I'd be curious on your thoughts, because supposedly for being a 6'3 player, 6'1", but supposedly for being taller, he dances. But tall and lean, again, if you're taller, it's good, but it's bad overall. This card is unquestionably a Guardian for me. Playstyles are Flare and Tech. Tech's going to be decent with him. It'll be strong, but you really miss that press proven. Dribbling gets decent. Usable. If you don't have a better center mid, you can definitely put him in. He'll accomplish... So there's obvious downsides to all my short players, right? Sandway, really, really good on the ball. Great at being creative. Decent at, like, jockeying, but... You know, the shorter they are, the worse your interceptions are, the worse your stand tackles are, so there's obvious downsides. Rangers will be overall a little worse on the ball than some players you could use. But beyond that, you know. That was really close. Yeah, that will offer you some things defensively. You know, that's the end of it. Look at that nonsense, man. Deep Lying Plus brought her really wide here. This is the problem I have with the 4-3-3 though, chat, as we're going back to it. Look at who I can build up with here, and look at who I can't. I've got Sandway, I've got Hamschick. I've got my attacking wingback, but they can't even get forward because the wingers are wide and there. So if the wingers were anywhere I could pass through here, be okay. But look at Elshaw. He's on the outside of the fullback. I had to call him short. Once we get here, I mean, this is okay. They're going to be in decent spots. Look at Mullen there. A little slow for Hamschick to get involved, but he doesn't have the roll plus, so I mean, hey. Like, all decently creative here, you know? I can get my chances. And Bowie's even in the box. Barella outside, but he's got good dribbling. We might be able to just force it. Never mind. Like on offense, especially since if they fixed some of the offside trap stuff that really hurt left mid and right mid, or left wing and right wing specifically, because they're so high up that they just get offsided. They got offside every time. They fixed that. This formation's a little better. I can't, like, to get the ball to Mullen, I've got to do this, right? And now what do? Well, I want to shift to the other side, because I should have opened up space on the other side. Have I? No, because Elshaw is still... I just can't realistically get the ball to him. So you sacrifice. And it shouldn't be like this. It's a 4-3-3. It should build up fine. But you sacrifice just so much. Obvious counterattack potential is obvious. But it's trade-offs in every direction. So like I'll get some counters if the opponent does commit the fullbacks forward. If not, then I really won't get counters. Despite being a wide formation, quote unquote, it is so central until you get far enough up the field that your wingers actually start getting it. You see here, whole team's a little bit more narrow. Mullen, El Shaarawy both inside there. Sprint boost again. You've done it like 6 times this game, man. That's the only thing I know to defend from you. And if you keep doing it, I'm gonna just keep defending that one thing until you do something else. Aw, a little lucky to even get the shot off, but was hoping Malin would take a better first touch and failed from Schuler. Like, so this is working okay enough, but I really can't even get this to work without the attacking wingbacks because I'm going to lose so much ability to progress up the field again. Because it's so central or so wide, you're missing that in between. See, that time, because El Shaarawy is so wide, who's actually on the inside? It's Karchaoui with the attacking wingback. She's underlapping. Do I really want that? No. Now, because we're a little further up the field, Malin's the one cutting inside. And like, this is going fine enough, but this is a pretty easy opponent, so I'm... Can you make this work? I mean, theoretically, yeah. If this is how you enjoy playing, if you really like... I'll see if I can get a good example of it, but... If you really like getting the ball, I know this is the right back, but if you like getting the ball to your winger and like doing this and going like down the line, touch line, getting down the field, this could be a formation for you. I mean, they start wide, they start high. If you can get it to them, if you're good at the long balls or through balls or over the tops or whatever, like, he really knocks them back that much. Come on. Let me go back. It'll reset everything a little bit, and you'll see what I mean. So again, if you want to get the ball to Bowie, get it to Malin, I might do a give and go here, you know. But if this is how you have fun in the game, that's fine. You know, just get the ball to Malin and sprint on the outside there. You can. But it's such a fundamental, like, requirements of this formation to me. And it wasn't last year. Like, I used this formation all of last year, but... Anyway, hey, you can't go from 4-2-3-1 or 4-4-1-1 or 2-4-4-2 because sometimes that's the annoying thing this year. So like without role pluses, my team would be entirely different. It's like discovering a lost sub-Saharan tribe that's never seen it. What are you talking about? I've got a... You all ask so many questions, and I love it, but also I can't talk while I'm playing because I'm so focused. And love your lives. Glad to hear it, Abdi. How do you get 20 ping that is entirely based on position? It depends on how close you are to a server. Depending on where you are, you could be a couple miles from a server, you could be 100 miles from a server. Ping is not something you control for this game, for any game. It's just proximity. Karchaoui. Karchaoui is actually really good. I like having 5-star skills there. She's a better dribbler than Rafa Guerrero, despite having the same body type. I guess just the height being lower and the, like her being lighter is enough. But surprisingly, significantly better than Rafa for dribbling. You miss the tiki-taka plus. She doesn't have the passing play style, but you just kind of count like 5-star skills will mean you just get her into better positions to pass with her dribbling anyway. I'm trying to force it with her there, so that wasn't the right time, but anyway. Verbalize my defensive technique? Haven't I made, like, didn't you watch my defending idea video? Because that's what it is. I know somebody asked me on a live stream recently, and I just, like, answered it on the live stream and then uploaded that as a YouTube video. But I thought you were the one who asked. Must not have been. But Patty, have you watched that one? Because nothing I cover here would be different than that video. See, here's another interesting... Look, it's Karchaoui. She almost just scored for me. But she's underlapping inside of El Shaarawy again, which is not the division of labor between those two that I want. I want her outside. Oh, handshake. Oh, handshake. Alright. Get wrecked, dude. But I want... Underlapping runs are fine, but it's not how I have the team set up. Unless that's just a problem with roaming. Discovering somebody in Elite that doesn't use sprint. Oh. I guess I have to try. I mean, I don't know, man. I win at least as many games as I lose in Elite, if not slightly more to the win ratio right now. And you know, as soon as I buy a better team, it'll be... I'll win more of my games, but... I guess I'm proof you don't have to use it. See it from the controller. It's unusual, but if I really didn't... I had no idea this was so unusual, though. I've never heard anybody talk about Sprint Jockey. I've never seen somebody put out a tutorial for it. Oh my god. See, I tried it there and I failed. Which is the obvious sign for you should never try something again, but... Oh. Good, Nicolo. I wonder if there's a niche enough opportunity for me to use Sprint Jockey that harms my gameplay because I don't use it right now. Like maybe just when the opponent's looking to do like an L1 sprint, I can start doing that just to get my player up to a higher speed. Oh no, give me that game. No. What an outball. Okay. Just want to contain. That's fine. Yep, you can guard that. I'll take back, except that's not where I wanted that. Nice. Interestingly enough, I think advanced forward support is making my center mids run beyond the striker sometimes. That's not where I wanted that. Here's the problem though, where do I even go, man? You see how close all their players are together? What do you want me to do here? That's what you want me to do, get a bunch of jam until it finally almost works for me. That's mine, yep. You're too engaged in the sprint, you can't cancel out of it. That works, Nicola. Nice handshake. That's really lucky, but should probably get upgrades. I hope so. Although by the time those upgrades come out, we probably have better cards, but yeah, I've got no complaints about her. Somebody did ask Gabriel, remember this time. Give me that. Okay. Did ask better players on medium chem or worse players on high chem, and I would always do better players on medium. Whew. A little bit of cooking with the directional nutmeg there. It's really well done from Schule. Good enough in the pass for me too. I don't know, chat. You think this is warranted a second try with this 4-3-3? Or you think we've seen the problems with it enough that you don't think it'll work again? No, wrong player. Wild. I forgot that would do that for some reason. That's such a low power. How do people do that, man? That doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah. It's right behind me too. And you're just gonna sprint boost again. How do I not... Genuinely, how do I not get there, man? Oh, it doesn't give me the feedback that I've got the ball back there, so it's really hard for me. Bro, I've had enough of this nonsense. Okay, I went full focus mode for that. I wasn't losing this game. At the angle of... Okay. Not criticism, just unusual. So I feel like there was one moment that sprint jockey is kind of useful. Maybe in the transition from like jogging to like back to sprinting just to track somebody. I feel like it might... Like if I'm tracking a run or if I'm... Game, can I load into my screen, please? Or are we just stuck here now? What I tried last night, because you said you watched my game last night and you were like, how is sprint tracking not working for you? But I think you agreed it wasn't. Like I couldn't get it to do anything. I think the problem I had, if I had to guess, and let me know how you use it because I'm curious, but I think for me, got my numbers wrong. Don't know how to count. Let's just take like the back two, really. So I think I was trying to use sprint jockey like here. I don't think that's the right spot. I mean, obviously this would just be like normal jockey. But let me know, do you sprint jockey like into the ball to get that? Because I felt like that was just kind of having me go, like, kind of glide beyond and not really have any success. I felt like normal jockey is jockeying to kind of prepare to make a tackle, where sprint jockey was not preparing to, like, make a tackle animation. The place where sprint jockey might work is, like, covering this space. So, if this is, let's say, Griezmann, and he's, like, threatening a finesse shot here, and I'm here, sprint jockey might be a little bit more controlled just to cause a blocking animation to happen here, because normally I just sprint and just time my sprint, right? You know, if the shot's not going to be taken for a second, I'd walk and then I'd sprint to try to time it. Whereas maybe I could time the sprint jockey and then have a better block animation occur here. Or if, like, this player starts making a run and I notice, and so, like, this run happens and I switch to this player and I start guarding it, maybe you can sprint jockey here just to kind of follow along a little bit better. But then you can exit out a little bit quicker if you want to just pull for offside. But I think I was trying to use it like really face up. My game still hasn't loaded. Well, I have to quit, which will be really annoying if it counts as a loss for that last match. Yes, one more. Welcome back, Vest. This is the worst FIFA I've played. Same. Adama doesn't have to... You're right. I forgot about that. Like, he doesn't have Travella, doesn't have the stats for that. Nothing about that should work in that way. Sprint jockey when you're backing up. Okay. And come to you second time, so we're not sprint, just jockey. And that's what I do, and that's what we're talking about. Apparently sprint jockey is a lot more popular than I thought. It is not something I ever use, so I'm trying to think of when I would integrate something like that into my game. Because I tested it out last night and I was like, this is something I could never see myself use. And then thinking of it today, it's like, well, I should probably never say a complete no to a total mechanic. Like, it's probably got its uses somewhere. I feel like we saw all the problems with that formation. Chat, if you agree, it's just kind of very predictable, very weird on build up. You just kind of have your, like, you've got 2 to attack with on the wing, you've got 4 to attack with in the middle, you've got 2 to attack with on the wing. They don't connect, so you're either like stuck to out wide, you're stuck in middle, you're stuck out wide. You don't really have much opportunity to actually get back out wide. Once you get far enough down the field, I don't think I'm gonna keep trying this as bad as I want it. Which center back are we talking about? In this case, it would be Ta, because Ta has jockey. I don't think Hero does. Yeah, no. So Ta at least has the base for it. Does Stanway? Yeah, Stanway's only defensive is jockey. Bowie has it. Karchawi has it. He doesn't. Lavel Shirai. 4141. You know, it didn't work for me, but maybe it's worth trying again just because I'm doing the attacking fullback thing. It's a better test too because I've got inside forward ++ on left mid right mid instead of wingers. I don't remember if the last time I tested this if I had what's it called? ++ on the wings. Attacking wing back. Short passing, aggressive. That should all be the same as it was for last match. But I have to activate it. Okay. 4 and 2 and 2. That is one I haven't used since FIFA 13, I think. I have tried the 4-2-3-1 with the cams. I did not find success with it. Which is a shame because there's honestly like more cams in the game than left mid, right mid, but the nice thing about cams is you can put any cam in any of the slots, so you can always rotate around. If you like just upgrade one, you can move one of them out wide, one's in like... Problem with this one is, you know, you're stuck. One's a left mid, one's a right mid, one's a cam. Wide play with LMRM. See, I don't use the wings like that. That's what all the pros are doing because this is what works this year, but I have to play my way. But yeah, the with the cams, it just... What was the problem? The cams stayed wider. It was weird to me. So if my... Let's set the opponent up in that normal 4-4-2. And I'm doing my... So when I was doing the 4-2-3-1 narrow, it didn't feel narrow. It felt like the cams were kind of... Similar problem I had with the left wing, right wing, is sometimes the cams are just kind of on the fullbacks. You could kind of get them here. So the instructions were Shadow Striker, which means they were doing this. Because Shadow Striker is not really programmed to be creative. So the cams were just kind of here. And maybe with the adjustment to like Playmaker, maybe if I had like Playmaker buildup, then like Shadow Striker might more. It could be worth a test again, but I'm happy enough with mine for now. I want to use Elshaw, so you know. But to be fair, I don't know if like Playmaker buildup would fix that or something. But Shadow Striker to me either felt like it was doing this. It's very just kind of central, just one run, doesn't really cut inside. Or Playmaker would just kind of be here. Playmaker roaming could be here, but they never made it forward. So you can get your player here or here, but never here. The thing with left, mid, inside, forward is they start here and they want to end up here. So the run is just better because it's from deeper. It's a little bit more accessible just for build-up. You know, you've also got like your occasional overlaps. You can do that with two. They're good for a little bit more possession play. But they're also programmed to be a little bit more cutting inside. I'm surprised you can get the I'm surprised you can get the false nine to work because I've tried it a lot this year. It would be my favorite. It should be my favorite. It is my favorite in theory, but it just doesn't work for me. If the game goes well, humor you and try out a formation on default. That sounds scary. Because what's the default is winger here. You know what? What's the current pro custom tactic? God, can I find a game, please? No, those aren't close to default. That's not either. I'm trying to check out some pro custom tactics online, and it doesn't look like most of them are close to the default setup. I was curious if like pros all use default, and that would be a sign, but the other option is to completely ignore you because it's 1:30 a.m. and you're tired. If I try that, it'll be an experiment for next week. I don't want to mess with... I know I'm messing with formations. Whatever. I don't want to mess with myself too much. I want to keep with my general level of play, because if I do too many tactics before Foot Champs tomorrow, I think it'll confuse me a little bit more. Shadow Strikers based on Harry Striker's move. Now they just stay in one position. Playmaker more range of motion. How do you not get countered with attacking wingback? I do. I do. I'm just generally good enough to deal with it. I've played a decent number of 4-3-3s that should counter in a 3v2 every single time. I've ended up tying most of those games, strangely enough. I'll try to... Patty got shut down, I'm sorry. Excuse me, I'm also tired. In the name of science, in the name of, can I find a freaking game, dude? I just want to play the video game I spent $700. No, I haven't spent that much money on the game, but like, I bought a video game, and I can't do the thing that video games do, where you actually, you know, experience the, you know, gameplay of them. Can I get a refund? Because, bro, just ease the matchmaking. Just make Elite Division easier to get into, or if not, make it so Elite Division can queue Div 1 and Div 2. And I'm sorry to players of other divisions, but like, you shouldn't be punished for being good at a game. It's like, I know other games would have high queue. I know like Overwatch has had problems, and League and Rocket League, like, they obviously you want to be matched up against players of your skill level, but in a game like this, skill level means so little anyway that why even bother? Just have us get matches. There we go. No. Chat, does that Raoul have a loan? Everyone's playing. I haven't done my squad battles this week. No, should I do squad battles, chat, so I can actually get a game? I forgot I have to do those now. That's annoying. I haven't actually put out a video on the channel for a while. I've just been doing live streams. Should I do a Raoul review? I know it's a couple days after he's been released, but do squad. I don't think anybody actually wants to watch squad battles. Four, two, three, one wide is the most balanced formation I do. So here's the thing. Let's remove the other team to make this easier to see. All the other formations I've used this year, what are my problems? It's that other players get in the way. I've got 2 balls on the field, that's fun. Get out of here. So, what other formations have I tried? I've tried the 4-1-2-2 narrow, which would be what am I missing? I've got too many here. It's fine. You go like this. What's the problem with the 4-1-2-2 narrow? You know what's really hard to do? A straight ball onto a straight runner. It's much easier to play a pass onto a diagonal runner, straight ball onto diagonal, or, you know, diagonal ball onto diagonal runner. But if your players are in a straight line, this progression is actually pretty hard. Most of the time you're playing this ball into feet here with the back to the opponent, which means you've got to do the whole turn around, and you've got to risk being tackled from behind because it's this game, and first touches are bad and everything. So this is not a very effective passing lane. Now this is, but the problem here is these players are always so close, which means you're doing like a 3-yard pass here, and the opponents are always like, how do people defend this here? Like this, you know? So are you really able to make a pass like that to get through? No, there's no running space through here. So everybody's either too bunched up, or the passing angles are wrong, or if I actually have like a box-to-box on this player and I want them to get forward, guess why they can't get forward? Because somebody else is ahead of them. So this run never happens because this run never happens. Now, if you do false 9, obviously, like, they go wide this year, so you'll create that space, so, like, you can. But then you've got other problems. Now you're just attacking like this. You're missing your build-up from back here. Your striker who you want in front of net is there. Like, got other problems. So what's the problem here? Players are occupying the space that I want other players to get into, and the passing angles are weird. What's the problem with the 4-3-3? This line becomes too flat. And guess where I want this player to go? It's here. Guess why this player can't make this inside run? Because somebody else is there. Now again, if you do a false 9, this will happen. If you do target forward balanced, sometimes this will happen. Very rarely though. And then this player just kind of sits there. Target forward balanced would be great if they did this and then did this. But the problem you end up having is they'll do this and then here, and this player is still coded to go back here and they can't because somebody else is in the way. So what I actually want to have is a flexibility of movement. I want my players to be able to get into pretty unique situations that my opponent's not used to defending. Maybe they're not great at defending it in that situation. Maybe they just kind of get overwhelmed. Maybe I create an advantage somewhere. Like, it doesn't happen every attack, but all of a sudden I've got, you know, a myriad of players over here. And how are you supposed to defend this? Because I've got just so many numbers. That's what I actually want. Guess what you can't have happen? This. Because everybody is in everybody's way again. Like, why can't I have those ones be made? Well, this player doesn't get here because this player wants to be here. This player doesn't get here because they're not coded to. They don't get this far up the field. This player doesn't get here because this player's occupying enough of the same space. Like, they never do this. So what's the problem? Everybody's in the way. I need the false 9, yeah. Because this fixes literally everything. This fixes literally everything. Guess who's not here? Anybody, which means this player could go here. This player goes here. Guess what happens? This player can go here. This player doesn't go there. They stay out wide. Guess what happens? It's a miracle. It's a miracle. Somebody said they'll try my formation, so let me get you the code because I don't know if you've seen it. I'm testing other formations right now, so don't bother with the current thing you see. This is the code. And if you don't want attacking wingback, you can do just normal wingback. That's in chat. You can also just pause that if you want to see the YouTube video. You can rewind because it's a YouTube VOD. Small benefit of on YouTube. But yes, like this literally fixes everything. Because this player would also be like false 9 isn't coded to make that run from deep. And that's one of the benefits of the false 9 is like the point is it's supposed to drag somebody else to go here. And then that opens up space for this run to be made. But guess what? If this player occupies this one right here, this player is now pulling this player wide. Guess what happens? They can make a run from deep. They just don't. Just so frustrating. So everybody's in the way. It's too flat. Like that line's too flat. There's not enough rotation because you really need some creativity with this formation. You just don't get it. You did last year. You just don't get it this year. What other formations have I tried? 4-1-4-1 has had a similar problem. Or if you're like this. Now there's nobody ahead of your center mids, so sometimes this run can be made. This isn't a great build-up shape because you're just too wide. Like you really want your deep lying something here to be able to create with. But hey, your center mids can't get forward because there's nobody ahead of them. Guess what happens if this player gets forward? This one can't. Guess who I normally want to be the one inside? That one. So you can force this to work with like holding center mid so that they always stay back. If you do deep lying build up, I'm expecting them to get forward too much because all it takes is them being like there for this run not to be made. They don't have to be all the way up here for this not to happen. Like that's enough because when this player starts too wide, Guess who's in the way? But if you do deep lying, or if you do holding, then like, yeah, you can generate this to happen. But normally it's a little deeper. It's fine. Like, the problem, like the 4-3-3, the benefit, because this ends up being the same shape here. The 4-3-3 benefit is that these players are here, so at least sometimes you can get the jam, or you can just happen to do that through ball once. The benefit is here is they're a little easier to build up with, because they're not, like, on the defense. And sometimes they'll make easier to spot runs because they're coming from deep. But to make this happen, you have to have these players further away, which is less than the reason I like that left wing, right wing is because they start further forward. They're blocking the center mids from moving around less. They still are overall, but like with this, you'll get mismatches of who should make what run at sometimes. With this, at least the roles are more clearly delineated, so it's a little more consistent. The other one I've tried is the 4-2-3-1 wide. Why does that one work? Honest answer, because everybody's as far away from each other as possible. That sounds really funny. But all of what we were talking about, you know what the problem was? They're too close, and they're in each other's spots. So if you're like this, well, your midfield's just congested. I mean, what are they supposed to do? If they're like this, I'll get my drawing tool out. But like, let's say these are both a value of like 5 yards. That's, let's just say 6. It's, I don't know, we'll say another 5 there. This is a bigger one. We'll just say it's like 9 yards. That's also 9. That's maybe like 11. Now, this doesn't happen like this perfectly in practice, right? Because like these players will make different runs and stuff. But the idea is like, at 6s and 5s and 9s and 11s, this is also a 5. The closest together might be your center backs, and I'm not too worried about that connection because you don't build up with those two too much. So the rest of your connections, there's distances here. And the thing with distances is who's blocking this player? Only the striker, which means they have this entire, we'll do the draw. They have, like, the left or the right mid here has this entire space they can get into that isn't blocked off. The CDM has this whole space that isn't blocked off, both CDMs. Cam has this whole space that isn't really blocked off. So everything I was talking about with the congestion of just, this player can't do that because there's somebody else in the way, they're really not in the way because they're so far away from everybody that it just, they've got like freedom and range of movements. But again, if we swap back to, say, the 4-3-3 holding, well, a lot of times on build-up, it ends up looking like this, which means you've got, say this is 4. I mean, this one looks more like 5, but it depends. Like, this is 3 or 2, you know? This is, yeah, let's count that as 10. We'll say 11. That's 7, maybe. Like this is a decent distance. But the problem here, like, the main problem for me, these two are so close and they're blocking each other, and then these 3 are also close, which again is the idea of the false 9, because that alleviates just about everything for me if they have freedom of movement. Now, this player can't be coded to just go centrally. This player needs to be coded to roam. And that's what they did last year. I can pull up clips of me last year if you wanted to see of just how phenomenal this false 9 was in terms of swapping the heck out of players. Getting all over the place. But, like, man, you literally can't replicate that. Struggle with passing. Okay. So that's, Mark, to answer your question, that's why I think the 4-2-3-1 wide is the most balanced, because it's just, like, honestly, the greatest distances between everybody. Nobody trips over anybody else. It's also really, like, here's the other thing. It doesn't look like it here, but like this can be a great triangle. Football, if you've played at any level and had like any level of coaching or any look at analysis or anything, what is football about? Football is about triangles. So guess what you get all over the place here. This is all triangles, and they're decent triangles. So it's really like, you know what a bad triangle is, chat? This is a bad triangle. That 4-3-3 we were talking about. Why? Because it's this shape, which has like this direction on the field has a value of like 1 yard. So the length, like, you know, this is, we'll say 3-3-5. But then that's only a yard or two this way. So a shape like that, you know, this is another really bad triangle. It's just too narrow. This one can be, like, this one starts really bad because, again, it's just too narrow. But the ideal, like, the point of the formation, what I would actually want being more like this. This is actually better triangles than the 4-2-3-1. But to my understanding of the game, this is the only formation with better triangles than that one. So it's genuinely like 4-3-3 false 9 just for the triangles of it, then followed by your 4-2-3-1s. This is a better shape to me because all of these triangles are a great shape. Like this one's what, equilateral, this one's an isosceles, but it's, you know, you're not getting any shapes that are so egregiously narrow. You're not getting this, right? You're getting this. That 4-2-3-1, when we look at this again, I think my numbers are wrong here, but the weakest ones here are like that one, because that's a perfect right angle. Same with the other direction. Now the box midfield, or the box shape has its advantages in real life, but I don't like building up in a box. I like having my pivot because I like that distance between the players, but you know, you can do this fine. It's okay. You see what I mean? For me, it's the shape of it, because the reason I don't like the 4-4-2, especially the reason everybody plays a 4-4-2, is what do you not get with the shape, chat? You don't get triangles. There's no triangle here. So you can't build a connection between your players until like that happens. And even then, this is still a really bad shape. But in your flat buildup, you can't actually get the ball here or here because somebody's in the way. I can't pass through my 11. Obviously, you can do the aerial passes, but who's doing an aerial pass here? You can switch it, but like, literally have an escape route, literally have a build-up option that is completely blocked off from me. You've got to do an additional pass. So the passing lanes here with the 7, let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4. Say 4 maximum that are reasonable. You might think this one, but like normally the opponent's gonna have and normally they're gonna have players like blocking everything, right? But they're almost certainly gonna have one blocking that passing lane to the 4 here. But when we're in my ideal setups, which would look like, again, the numbers are all wrong, but you look at this one. Well, we've got, nope, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a little more accessible. This even sometimes happens if that run gets made. Again, I'm creating a caveat here that run will be made, but my point being, normally you'll have at least an additional one somewhere. This isn't as blocked off, especially if this one makes a creative run. This pass isn't always as blocked off. So instead of just the 4 passing options, you might have 5 or 6, or even if you just have that 4, they've got greater distances from each other. You've got more uniqueness here in your build-up. You've got an aggressive option. You've got a creative option. You've got a build-up option. You've got kind of another aggressive option. Take a look here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like you've got a width of or a breadth of options that when you're doing just your basic flat formation here. I mean, I've got 5, but 2 of them, like, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? You don't have the same support when you're flat because your other players are just like, I can't get the ball here again. So, long tangent, but the 4-2-3-1 means tripping over each other less, means more passing options, means greater distances from your players, so there's a little more creativity, more ability to get more players involved. Excuse me. Anyway, what did I miss? I think at this point I'm not going to be streaming too much longer. We'll do another game or 2 here. Which means if I do test out Raul, we'll do it in qualifiers tomorrow. Keen Thunderstruck? Do you need a defensive one? I mean, if you do, Keen's maybe fine. Not this card, that one. His stats are so low, but at least he's cheap. Bad body type. He's pros proven. I mean, that all could be worse. It's just his stats are so bad. You could do worse than this card, though, if you need the chemistry. I really like Stanway, and she's probably like 38, 45. But it depends if you like the on the ball ability. If you just need a flat and out and out defender, then Keen will do you as well as anybody else. He's got decent play styles for it. And his role is... Show me. Come on. He doesn't have a CDM role. Never mind, I would not do him. How does Keen not have a role at CDM? It depends on what role you want, then. That's about all I can say. No, he can't. That's wild. Only center mid. Thanks, Burley. Thank you. Yeah, I like the... I like having actual football discussions, because I could just hop in here and go, how do you play the game? You do this. Does anybody want to sit here and talk about this? Because I don't, and it's not how I play, and it's not how I'm ever going to play, but this is so drab and dull and boring, and I hate it. I want to actually try to play through my opponent and feel accomplished when I score something rather than just force things. He never... I know they were flat 4-4-2, but like... I don't mean for realism's sake. I mean for EA's sake. Normally they like fudge it. Because when has Messi ever played right mid? But he can play right mid. He has played striker in the 3-5-2 they did in like 2016. He's played right wing. Yeah, he has technically played cam, but like Messi right mid, kind of questionable. Cruyff tiki-taka. You'll have probably more of a passing play style than me. I'm super reliant on dribbling, but I try to play Cruyffian football. Some of what we're talking about here is total football. Now, it's not his idea of it, because I think Cruyff's ideal was like a 3-4-3 in some regards. Like this kind of build-up. Because the argument here is, where are you missing coverage on the field? And the answer is really, you're kind of not. Like, No, you're obviously missing the center, but you've got you've got players that can get into those spots, right? Like this player can get here, this player can get here. The one argument of the like against my more aggressive idea against Cruyffian football is you're missing like complete coverage on the field. Here. It's like you're really now obviously this isn't where you need to build up from, but you're really weak here and you're a little bit too crowded here. You're not actually stretching the width as much as he would want. But anyway. I can't build up with it. Patty, I know what you mean. Because what's the... Oh, you remind me of Inception. That's a decent compliment, except he's so ranty and ragey these days, and I'm trying not to be like that, but I want to be informative in his way. I want to do like, you know, helpful content that's out there that people can kind of try to play like me and learn more about the game. I'm trying to do a little bit more of the in-game AI movement tactics side of things, whereas he's kind of just player reviews right now. But the old Inception was great. I just don't like the content he's doing now. I prefer the... No, I'm just trying formations. I still prefer the 4-2-3-1. I'm just testing out the 4-1-4-1 because I tried out a 4-3-3 earlier and it's similar enough. But... Patty, here's the thing. So we're doing... So what's the difference between this shape and the 4-3-3 holding? Nothing. It's the same. What's the difference? That this is how the shape is the entire time, whereas what I want is the shape to be more like this in build-up. I want to stretch the wing, be able to play through it wide, and get narrower at the end. The problem with building up so exclusively narrow like that is you're very easy to defend. I want my players with enough ability to move around the field to like pull the opposition out of position. I know, so yeah, I know what you're talking about, Patty. And no, I haven't tried that formation with the new advanced striker support. Yeah, this one doesn't work. Look how to El Shaarawy. Look how wide the left mid was there. Good tough. Yeah, it's so important this year to have at least some ability to build up wide. Force the opponent to be wide themselves, and then when you attack narrow, they have to condense themselves, rather than forcing through or trying to attack through an opponent that you've forced to be condensed the whole time. See what I mean? It's a lot harder for me to build up when it's just kind of so congested. Well, it's mostly a build-up thing. Again, once you're in the final third, it's fine, but build up. And again, you've got the opposite problem. So with the 4-3-3 we were talking about, well, it's too wide, the whole build-up. I can't get to the wingers at all. Don't reward the opponent for something I defended, game. It's another high-depth opponent, and I feel like just seeing how this one starts, that's an immediate no on the 4-1-4-1. So what do we notice, chat? That the wide mids don't want to get inside because the center mids are too far forward. They'll get inside now because the fullback is overlapped, and that kind of pushes them back inside. This guy's a really big fan of Jack Grealish. Yeah, that's unlucky. Good, Kochawi. Thank you. That works. That's what I planned to do, but I didn't actually think it would work. I kind of panicked and went to that option. Thank you, Schuler. She can't normally play a pass like that. Man, can you... What is that pass, dude? Oh, my goodness, man. Just leave it. Would have been offsides. Good Schuler. Yeah, she can't play those. Well, I really didn't expect that pass to be available. It's way too narrow with the old focus. I was just thinking sport. I don't think so, because they'll still start central and then they'll move wide at the end. If they start wide and move narrow, it's just, you know what I'm looking for. Man. Good, Stefan. Excuse me. There's no way I can't turn around on that. What a ball that is. I think she's just offside. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that Grealish either. I think it's honestly Mullins inside forward plus that did it more than anything, but having the goal plus was so important. Don't fall back to them. Better not be conceding any Travellas to Musa Sissoko, man. I will concede losing the ball to him. That's a Travella. Screw that, man. Okay. Bro, that's wild. Let me turn, game. We got tactically lazy. Copy 4-2-2 or 4-4-2 and 4-2-1-3. Very shocked when playing against build-up. Yeah, I had hate messages regularly after you wreck opponents with 60. So I had somebody hop in. Earlier in the stream and say that's a no on the 4-1-4-1, by the way. That's an absolute hard no. But I had somebody after I played who every single attack did it actually change my... It did. Did they fix that? Because it used to not change if you changed it in the halftime menu. Good block. It switches me to hero there, game. Come on. But I played against somebody who every single attack did either a sprint boost or a Travella, or just like a spam through ball. And I had about 70% possession. And the game was 2-2. because the opponent's just spamming stuff and got a couple lucky things. And they score the second, and they leave. And it's the first half. And again, the game ends with me on... Damn. But they have... That should be a foul. He touches my leg before he gets the ball. He hops into my chat after and goes, "You play so boring. How, like, play for fun, haha. I'm so glad I left against you. You were awful." And I'm like, no, I played actual football, man. I don't know what you want from me. No first touch from Hamshik. Good. What a save. I'm on counter this game just to test it out, and I am positive the answer for this one's also going to be in now. No, I know it's a 3-star weak foot, but that actually ended up being a really good shot, and just, come on. Well, let me turn with... And she's on the ground. Are you kidding me? We're just gonna believe in this one, and... Or not. I moved him that way, so I think that's why it just off-put it enough. Like, bro, you literally spam two tactics, two mechanics every single attack. And you want to tell me that my slow build-up was boring? You know how boring it is to play against somebody who does literally the same thing every single attack without fail? You know how boring that is, man? You hop in here trying to say I'm the... Like, get out of here, bro. This guy's resorted to just over the tops because I think he's done with this game. Counter is also a hard no for... No game. What a ball, too. Okay. Really? Ah, that's wild. That's lucky. I'm on a high depth game. Why am I so deep there? No, it's a... Oh, it's so annoying when it just goes to the wrong player. You're gonna over the top that. Nope. Yes, you are. Literally not my fault, game. Just let me... Come on. It's so boring. It's so... Man... Spams it over the top, bounces off my player's face, falls back to you. Literally gets the ball to go directly through my player. Like... Oh my god. It's just not worth it. You're wasting Mullen at striker? Not necessarily. Not if you've got a decent enough right mid. I don't have any other right mid, so I think I have to play him there. He'll leave for the first time. 4-2-3-1. with Gold, Rodri, and Busquets. That's a fun midfield. I wish they were actually press resistant, but it's not like they'll actually be good on the ball. No, I just can't play on counter. Next game's gonna be fine. Because I'll be back on short passing. I mean, he had luck, but like... It's because I gave the ball away so easy in offense every time. I only had like 55% possession. Spot on. If I have more possession, then he has less attacks. He wouldn't have scored so many. And I would have had better ability in my build-up. 4-1-4-1 is an abs. Patty, you said it the other day when you just go... What'd you say? Oops. You're like, for your style of play, I really think the 4-2-3-1 is the best, and I keep trying to go away from it because I want to find something better. I just can't. I think the experimentation, like this is, we've had a week or two of experimentation. I think I'm just going to end it here soon. Like the only reason to experiment is if I get like an untradeable player that's roll plus and I get, like if I get a Messi card who's right wing inside forward or something, then, you know, you can test out. But I really think this is just what is best for me. Maps have 50% VVD corners as their target goals and think they're the one. They'll message you after the game going like, ha, you were so awful. And it's like, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. The goal you scored required 2 buttons. You pressed square and you pressed circle. And that's it. The goal I scored had 13 passes, 20 different skill 20 skill moves, a couple body feints, a couple McGeady cancels, a couple roulettes, a ball roll, heel to heel. 30 different uses of L2R2 dribbling. And it took me 3 minutes to go score my goal. And you want to get up the other end of the field with a through ball or an over the top, a long shot that gets you a corner, and then you score the corner. And you want to message after the game and go, I'm just as good at, like, at least know your place. Yeah, you're quote unquote just as good at FIFA than me because, like, the result was the same. But there's a difference between I am just as able to get results as you with my crappy playstyle. There's a difference between that and I am as good as you. You say a lot based on the premise that a broken clock is right twice a day. Well, that's why you run a podcast. There is, by the way, a podcast called The Foot Show. If anybody here is interested in listening to podcasts, it is something that Patty runs and I am a guest / maybe host on. Did we figure that out? I'm basically planning on coming back every week now, so... It doesn't actually do what I want. Come on. There we go. No, why does it... Why can't I copy the actual link? That's not the right link. That's the one. Anyway, Three guys who keep turning up. That's what we don't anymore. Corners in the game are just like Arsenal. Corners and long shots. It's the balance of it for me. So if you want, I will go off on how to balance this game. Remind me after this match if you want me to go off. But like, I think EA's response to things like that are just, well, you can score this year. You're having problems scoring, you know. Have you tried taking long shots? Have you tried a power shot plus? Have you tried Travellas? Have you tried finesse plus? Like, you have ways to, have you tried aerial plus? You have ways to score. And if you're EA, or if I'm talking to somebody from EA, they just go, yeah, you have problems scoring? There's 7 different things you can try, but no, wrong player. Game, you ruin it. But EA would just, in response to the question, go, hey, there's like 20 different things you can try to score. And my response is, but I want to do it my way. And he's like, no, do it the ways that work. We have ways to score. You can just learn them. And I hate that. Because the game should be balanced in a way that has multiple different ways to play to be valid. I'm not saying mine has to be the only way. Never, chat, will you hear me say, my way is the only way. I think my way is prettier, so I want it to be more effective, and it takes more time to learn and all of that. But like, I don't know why I'm forcing that, by the way. And obviously, you need... That's so spammy just to get through there. But you want your harder ways to play to be somewhat rewarded. You know, there should be a trade-off. Like, it's more risky to play this way. I'm getting more bodies forward. I get countered more. I'm fine with that. I'm absolutely fine with that. But think about any other game. If you have, like, SMGs, and, oh man. You also have bazookas, and, like, the SMGs take way, way more talent to be able to learn. Way more... Bro, I'm literally standing in front of that, though. Way more time to learn, way more like skill investment in the game, way more button presses. But the bazookas are just more effective. Well, you've coded a complex, intricate system that nobody is ever going to interact with because there's just something better to do that takes way less time to learn. So your whole meta is going to be just spamming explosives. Despite you having spent time on building other things, why bother? That's the thing with this game is like... Exactly, like why bother trying what I'm doing when you can just play a 4-2-4 with 4 attackers that have 95 pace and spam you through wall every time and get way more effective results. Like, I'm trying to build up, and you just can't. Like, what am I doing wrong, man? I don't have a passing lane there. Now I do. She will make the right run there. Not behind. That's the wrong player. Like, all that build-up. For what? Because she turns the wrong way and doesn't put her back to the ball like I want her to. And now you're just punished. I almost concede again. No, wrong player again, game. Wrong player again, game. Come on. Yeah, it's Bowie, so he doesn't make the pass right. Like, chat, what else could I be doing in this game? Because I feel like I'm doing fine, but the pressure breaks everything because they're on 95 depth or whatever. Where am I supposed to go here? Like, I've got to dance for a year to open up space anywhere else. Oh, that's ridiculous, man. You're just gonna overtop that because that's all people do. Thank you, brah. I forget that does that. I hate that does that. They only do that with Trickster 5-star, and I always forget that's a thing. Because that button press does an entirely different thing for every other player. That's lucky. And he takes longer to shoot that than he ever would in any other situation because he registers as a miss heavy for no reason. Because somebody's close by, not that because somebody actually like made a physical contact to him. Okay. Like, what do you want me to do, man? There's nothing. There's no dribbling mechanic that's good enough this year. Until I do this. And there's offside this time, but like, why bother engaging with all the high-level mechanics of the game that are way more fun to perform, man? When you can just take the bazooka to the game and like use one tactic that works in every situation. Why bother getting forward when I can just do that every time? Roll++ isn't that forward. Did I try UFL? It's not on PC. I did hear about that podcast with Tom Caleffi. I haven't listened to most of it, but a lot of people have been talking about it, yeah. Okay, so if that was a no for this match, we're doing, I guess we'll just do attack and see how that changes things with advanced forward support. Because I'm curious. Invite the developer and talk to him about how god awful this game is. That'd be great. Yell at him to his face. If you play with a player without a Roll Plus, it's like using level 1. Essentially, they do the same. It's the same movements overall, but the movements are made less frequently and not as well. Oh, wait. See, that offside trap breaks literally everything. I'm sorry, you've gotten 2 rebound games or 2 rebound goals this game. I can't bother with that. Oh man, that's frustrating. I don't feel like I actually play that much better with aggressive. We're taking that back off. You know, I really want to try Shadow Striker again. I can't help myself. Shadow Striker with advanced forward support. What does that do? Imagine you develop one game for almost 30 years and it's crap this whole time and it's still bad. You have to do the first time lobs or it has to go wide. And I know what you mean, but like, you can tell I'm not a bad player. You can tell like I've got mechanics I know, I've got skill moves, I've got dribbling abilities. I can't do anything. I cannot. You just can't go through. You just can't. Which is so frustrating because last year I absolutely obliterated doing exactly what I'm doing now. Because last year it worked. This year. I've done a lot of streams this year. I didn't really realize, but like, I'm sure I could pull up just about any game from my gameplay last year. Let's get forward. Okay, there's luck there. What am I able to do here with Neymar, though? Oh, look at that. I'm generating space with my dribble. Guess what you can't do this year? Hello, power shot. Oh. Yeah. I mean, that's fair, but yeah. Oh, Kobo, you could get that, man. Thank you, Stefan. That's not a foul? Okay. That's good. Couldn't escape, I get lucky. Nice. Just have to go back again though. I get lucky again. I'm so predictable on build-up every time though. It's the first touch that ruins it. What an escape that is. That's wild. Good. She might still be inside. Yeah, you defended that too aggressively. There's too much space there. But that's just like an over-the-top counter. It's with a fullback, so I mean, it's not something you'll see a lot, but it's just such a basic concept. I have two center backs there, including the pro, and it just goes through his legs like that. Come on, man. If she takes an extra touch, I don't want her to. You're just gonna, yeah. You made that so obvious. Yeah, the advanced forward is so support is so strange. That's ridiculous. That works. I kind of panicked and couldn't see anything else I could do there. No way. I can't get that. Thank you, Stanway. Oh. Also, oh. I could have had so many of those games and you wanted to give me none. You're lucky there with the physical contact, though. Oh, Mullen. Come on. No, that would have been offside, actually. The fact you intercepted back to them doesn't help. Yeah, that's why I concede. Screw that, man. You run away from where you're standing. Every time, man. Just give me possession with any of these. I would really like to be able to get the ball back. Alright, that's lucky, but like, shouldn't need to rely on luck there. He takes extra time to get to it, man. It's so frustrating. Screw that, dude. No, game. Stop going through me. You just can't react to the offside trap that quick. You just can't do it. Bro, why does everybody feel so much faster than me? Come on. Come on now. Give me something. Okay. I didn't press any button that should have committed a foul. That's weird. So EA, what would you say I did wrong there? Because like I have one of the best dribblers you could possibly have in the game. Is against somebody without any defensive playstyles? And they still jockey faster than I can turn? I'm sorry, what? I hate that, man. Come on. Let's get the offside so it doesn't matter. Good. No, he's behind. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it is my fault, but I thought she would take a better touch than that. This is so annoying, though, because I'm literally just playing a 4-4-2. There's nothing about this opponent. Yeah, I thought it was worth trying the spam. Ah, you move the goalie that way, man. I'm so tired of this. Sorry, it's 4-2-2-2. Excuse me. Devs take a lot of pride in their work. That's great, but people want a good footballing game, and we should have one because they've been trying to build this for so long. L1 triangle protection. That'd be really fun. That'd be really funny. I mean, chat's all right here, and I appreciate we're having the discussion. I'm really trying to... Bro. Gotta focus so hard in this game when you play. Last year, I was able to read chat so much better. But this year, it takes, like, all your attention. Oh, Stefan. Alright. He doesn't even have dead ball. Pretty wild. Alright. You keep trying that, opponent. You think eventually I might catch on, right? Okay. He turns the wrong way, so that's always fun. Wrong player is meant for Mullen. No game. That's that's what I mean, dude. It just, they don't program it right. Any other context that does a sand tackle like it's supposed to, like it does 90% of the time. But how am I supposed to predict for the other 10% that it just doesn't? And that tackle goes out of bounds for no reason. That's such an easy one to make. It should give me possession back. You're just going to sprint to the touchline. Okay. It's this high line crap, because where am I supposed to go, dude? I've got nothing. I know what the answer is. You're supposed to use fullback defend, because then at least I've got an ability to pass backwards. Like, that's what the answer, that's the genuine answer. I'm hurting myself by using more attackers. If that went in, man. I'm just tired of hurting myself by using more attackers. I want some benefit for this. Okay, I mean, that's my fault, but, like... Everybody moves so weird, too. It's just how are you supposed to predict that? Turn slow. I'm sorry, opponent. If I had my wins, I'd give you the goal back, but... Or like if it was a year where it wasn't just get your 7 wins and get done, then I would give it back, but it is what it is. It's this ultra hyper competitive video game that allows for this absolute nonsense to happen. He's got first touch, game. What do you mean? What do you think I'm doing wrong there? Yeah, the opponents recognize the only thing he has is down the wing. Like, I agree with him. We're using 4-1-3-2. Who's cooking? The Hendricks card. Interesting. Striker that is advanced forward plus has the passing, shooting, and dribbling of Messi. No. The closest you're going to get is that new Raul, though. If you can afford that SBC. He doesn't have Messi's passing playstyles. But he does have, like, decent vision and decent passing. Average and lean body type, advanced forward plus. I think he's the best advanced forward striker we'll have right now. But we're going to be getting so many new options. I mean, there's always a new promo. There's a Team of the Year right around the corner. We're going to have Team of the Year nominees. So you know they're going to give us so much more content. It's up to you if you want to put 1.1 million into an SBC right now. I will be testing out his loan tomorrow. So if you want to see how I feel about him, you can wait for that. But so much fodder, don't know what SPC to do. We've got Vinny, we've got Cruyff, we've got Raul, we've got Desai. They're all in. We've got Sacco, we've got Barello. They're all, as far as I know, available for a long time. So like, there's no real reason to rush on any of them. Look how many players I've got in my attacks in this game, though. Like, I'm just able to commit so many players forward and do things with them. And look at the buildup you could have there. It's so different last year. I can't get over that, man. If we could all just go back on FC24 and make that this game. Alright, well that's fun. Nope. That's fine. I never really attack like that. I don't know what to do when I get to the touchline. That's through me. Just gonna guess you would cut back inside. So foul. They don't normally call the bruiser for fouls. Good, Karchawi. Kind of in a risky spot there, but he's got long ball basics, so it's fine. Why does it go to the wrong player there? No way! No! I've got so much space. That should be the easiest through ball ever. What do you mean, game? Yeah, strangely enough, this one doesn't work at all. I don't know if it's the cam buildup or the CDM's, what's it called? CDM's defend, though. Good, Bowie. Mullen. Should be offside. Yep. Game. Come on. That's weird. It's also kind of weird. Thank you. That works. Yeah, but that's a manually queued run. That's the only reason that works. Yep. That's fine. Thank you, Nicolo. Should try to remember to learn the precision pass thing. I always forget about it. Oh. Watch this guy quit too. That would have been really frustrating. He is on side, but I can't. Why can I not play over the tops, but everyone else can? He's got incisive. We should be able to play that. Okay. Come on. Go. How's that not a foul again? Boy. Damn. Well, this game's so strange. This is... What am I thinking? What am I thinking? That was my best attack yet, though. Just couldn't quite get it to work in the end, but that's what I need to be doing. See if you can spot the difference, chat, and if I'm able to keep that up for the rest of this game, because that's how I make my playstyle work. But it's yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it. See if you can point it out for yourselves. I want to see if it's pretty visible or not. Wrong player. Yep. It's kind of lucky that ball gets through. Yeah. Works though. Come on. Nah. Give me that ham shake. We'll take that. Yeah. Yeah. Funny, I say, I changed my tactics. See if you can notice the difference, and then I just like score through ball. But for what it's worth, through balls were not the direct tactics idea, chat. That is not what we're looking for here. Although now it's just working for like every chance. What a save. Gameplay improved so much with your tactics. Phone died, but you won 2 onto your 3rd. Good luck with it. Yeah, good luck, and I'm happy that they're working for you. Yeah, I've put a lot of thought into why these work. Very specific to my playstyle, so it's not going to work for everybody. But if you're trying to do what I am, then I'm glad that you're able to replicate the success with them. I do want to say thank you to everybody who has been hanging out. What time are we on? I'm debating calling it there or not. The end of that game was so good. I do want to give another try to that specific setup I just had, which was roaming, attack, roaming, support. The rest is right. No, I'm still tinkering and tweaking with it because it depends on like the players you have. I've got Sandway and Barella who are both like pretty good on offense. So if you have attacking CDMs and like having them get forward on roaming or build up, mostly roaming, definitely makes sense. If you've got more defensive CDMs, you know, you can tweak which specific settings you're going with. There are a couple in here that are like usable. I definitely think there will be a best one, at least for me, but that's why I keep tweaking and trying to find, but like they're really close, and experiment a little bit based on the players you have and how you play, but you got full, yeah, so that's the meta way to do it. Got hair around my nose, sorry. Come on. So here's the problem with how I play, right? That's not what I want. Just normal. Because I've got so many attackers, you know what's really hard about this is the opponent gets so many defenders and it really encourages them to just bundle up. So they're always playing like this, which is so hard to get through, right? If you have fullbacks on defend, that actually causes the opponent to be a little bit more stretched out, but you have less attackers. So the reason why everybody uses this is because it's actually better, A, for counterattacks, but B, your opponent's defensive shape isn't as good because they don't commit as many as far back, which is really silly. I understand why, but it's really silly. But like, so you've got an advantage doing it that way that I don't. I just have, I don't know, I just like attacking and I like getting as many players forward as I can, and I'm like, I've got good fullbacks, let me use them, you know? If you're watching that Patty, because that was, you were talking about like advanced forward support. Leia Schuler just made her run way off to the side that she never would on basic attack. And that was actually a really well made run. I'm not going to win that, but that works. Yep. What a ball that is. Oh, Schuler. No, that's a shame. Williams base hero. I used that Williams card, and she's actually surprisingly good at dribbling. Like, her stats weren't that high, but she felt really good on the ball. Oh, El Shaarawy. Good Barella. I'll just take that, I suppose. Okay. Good, Stanway. All right. So interesting. That's unlucky. That's really unlucky. How do I not intercept that? I'm right there. Okay. Damn, none of that wants to work in my favor. No. Good. Good. She's so alone up here, though. Okay, Hamsik. Damn. Oh, that's such a weird animation when he's running like that. Alright. Uh-huh. Koble, don't dive the wrong way. Screw you, opponent. Play the video game. Don't celebrate. Just go on and play the f***ing thing. Because you've scored two of the most garbage goals you can ever see. Neither of them are deserved. You're just spamming garbage. Come on. Alright. Okay. Thank you, Leia. Thank you, Ta. It's kind of lucky. Thank you, Koble. Come on. Forgetting to change my target play. Oh my god, man. That's so awful. She was making the run. How am I supposed to predict that she stops? Good. What a tackle that is. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay. That's a pen somehow. Alright. That's unlucky. She's gonna be offside, isn't she? No, she's not. Well, that's kind of ridiculous. Alright. He's on attack. He should be getting forward there. I'm very surprised by that. She's injured. Okay. Glad I escaped that. Interesting. Okay. What a ball that is, Mullen. Yeah, but the actual incisive pass player can't play his. Kind of silly. Oof. Rough. No way. Game. Karchawi, though. Massive unlead track back. Thank you. Nice. Yeah, I just don't think Joao Felix will be able to defend that there, so we'll force it. We'll force it. It works. It is deserved, so I'm not going to complain. Good, Karchawi. Oh, man, I was so close there. Good hero. Oh. Why is Hamshick my center back here? What? No. Okay. Which camera roll is working the best? Right now, we're doing playmaker roaming. Just to try to make them like as accessible to be on the ball as possible. That's kind of it. First touch ruined it there. Go ahead, Barella. Okay. No, please, game. You've got to be kidding me. Ah, it's off of me too. Come on, I'm doing so well in this. I'm doing so well. All of my goals have been lucky, but I'm doing so well. Ah, come on. Why is she not dribbling as well as she normally does? Come on, game. Good tackle. Okay. That's not where I wanted that, but alright. Oh. Good. Oh, wow, that's what I get for trying to force it. God, I destroyed that opponent though. That's so frustrating. Oh well. Chat, if you have enjoyed, by the way, I will give a little reminder of hitting the subscribe button. Tap the notification bell if you like. Now that I've got a Discord and a Twitter that I try to post my notifications to as well. I think what I'm set on for now. We'll do one defensive one. We'll do... I want this one gone. Want that one? Nope. That one gone. That means tactic 4. This one goes. We've only got 2 left. And then this one will be... Okay, so rename goes to... This one's going to be all attack, because I need to be able to remind myself of which is which. And we're going to copy that. This one will be named support attack. So we've got my old defensive one. I've got a full... Although I want them in different order, so I'm going to be... silly and readjust them. Which means this one becomes supportive one with the new wingback support option. Everything there is correct. And then this one becomes... Actually, that is correct. Everything else is the same. It's just the fullbacks. That is all good. Okay, I just discovered you today, man. Great content. Thank you. The funny thing about my content right now is I do better with tutorials than anything else. Like, just for how the YouTube algorithm sends out my content. So I should just make tutorial after tutorial, technically, to get the viewer base. But I'm out of tutorials. Like, I've already made so many. If you are looking for something specific, feel free to ask. But also, I've got a couple already that are on dribbling. I've got, like, a tactics one, a complete overlook way of how I look at formations. I've got a defensive one. I've got playing through press. And they're all very long. So eventually I want to get down to making a couple like shorter ones that are either a little bit more niche or just like more examples of how I'm using the things I talked about in the bigger videos of like, this is how you actually use it in a specific situation. I want to get there. The idea with the channel eventually is to do analysis stuff. So that might be some user submitted stuff. If you're interested in that, join. Again, the link for the Discord's in the description. All of that will probably be handled there. But there'll be a lot of analysis of my own stuff. Once I get the formation I want, which I think I'm pretty close here, but... It's hard to do analysis on my stuff when I'm like, yeah, but I could have a different formation that just fixes or a different tactic that just fixes what I'm going to talk about here anyway. But I think we're pretty close. Attacking patterns? What do you mean by that specifically? Because to me that means... I'm right there though, game. It's annoying. It's one of those opponents that's in just like a 4-2-4 and they're gonna force everything. Be so direct. Attacking patterns. I waited too long. It's kind of like what phase of play you're in and what to do when, like, because the game's very repetitive. It's like your formation will get into the same shape against their formation many times a game. So I think that would just be like, when the shapes are like this, I'm looking to do things like this, and when the shape's like this, I'm looking to do this other stuff. Didn't actually have anybody there in the right spot that I wanted, which is curious. Ah, I really thought that would go in. I got a little lucky there, but... wow. Okay. Good, Okay. Link into defense. It could also be like from one to the other. Darn. Good, Kachawi. Is he onside still? He was, but shame. I swear that would have come off you last there, but alright. That's gonna be onside too. Thank you, Ta. Let's take the overlap. It's easy enough here. Got to delay a little bit for some support to be made. Almost. No, I should have had that. Good, Kachawi. Ball out. Okay. No, game, don't reward them for that. No, game. That's fine. How's it going, stream? Because you know what you're looking for if you know what the basic patterns of attack. Really don't rate Zola to be able to intercept that, so... Okay. How's it going, stream? It's okay. You caught us right at the end, so this is probably the last game for what it's worth. Why are you crossing it into Guihara? We've done okay today. Not phenomenal, but I'd say decent. My attitude's been a lot better. I've been pretty upset in some of the past streams. This one's been pretty chill. I'm proud about that, but I'm just trying to let this game get to me a little bit less. Yeah, that's the power of incisive. This game is so not in my favor. Because if that was against me, it would 100% have fallen back to the opponent, but no. Good. All right. Thank you. That's some good... Come on, chat. That's some good play. Too repetitive or forceful. It's all about going back for me. I just... Funny enough, the one opponent who... the one guy who came into the chat after he played me and was like, you play so boring, you just go back every time. I mean, it's how I work, though. It's the only way to get space. Because what going back does is it encourages their shape to get out of position. I'll take that. Take that. You want to be really aggressive with the center back? Might be able to. It's crossbar. That's a shame. He would have done to L2 or R2 L2. It doesn't seem as good anymore now. I'm not doing the quick adjustment as much right now. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed because you know that was my bread and butter. But I'm not scoring goals with it anymore. Like I used to be able to at least. You couldn't do it through like a whole team, but you could do it if you got into the box just once or twice. I can't do it anyway, and like at all anymore right now. But if you hold it longer, it still seems okay. You just can't do the quick adjustments as well. So let me try to show you what I mean. Let's get it with Barella, because Barella's pretty darn good at it. So that quick adjust I talked about, that like turn right back like this, I'm not being so good at right now. But sometimes when you're able to get in a spot where you can actually hold the buttons for a while, I feel like this is doing better than it used to. It actually just works. That's weird from support, whatever it's called. Advanced forward support. She ran way off to the side. Good. Lucky. So many of my goals involve so much luck, man. Like, I only scored that because I went through one of the opponents. Good. Yeah, it's too aggressive. I have no need for it. I should be away there, though. It's just this first house gets so heavy. Good, Karchawi. Massive interception. Okay. No, she stopped her run if Sandway keeps going. Thank you. Just me, you know, you used to be able to quickly swivel. Yeah, like he felt so slow there and all that. Ah, he turns off of it so heavy, man. Like, he actually made the turn really quick, but he wasn't able to perform his shot right after. You know what I mean? Sometimes they do that where, like, dribble successful, but then they hesitate for some unknown reason. Thank you, that's a foul. That's lucky. I'll take it. Karchawi. Wow, what an interception. Good turn. Yeah, that wasn't the skill move to do. I just couldn't think of anything else. How does that pass get through? Thank you. It bounces back. It's red timed. Thank you. Wasn't the actually a corner? I have to read that in a second. Bro, are you kidding me? That's such garbage. Yeah. Kickoffs are so powerful. Just get down the wing. They work every time, man. It feels like. So I don't even have to do the actual kickoff glitch that luckily nobody seems to really be doing anymore, but just go down the wing. It's free. Been watching the VODs a lot. You've noticed we play really similar, finding the 4-2-3-1 narrow. I haven't tried with a narrow, no. Who do I have at cam right now? So that'd be... Can you tell me more about that one? Are you using shadow strikers, playmakers? What are the cams on? Because that was the one thing with that one, was like everything else is really similar to this formation, but this one feels... Oh. This one feels like the wingers actually cut inside more, whereas in the 4-2-3-1 I was having problems with players feeling like they stayed really wide. Damn. You're very good. Thank you. Oh, we'll take that. No, that wasn't the right choice to make. I'm doing my best to turn this game into something that I can actually make pretty and fun and a little unique. Oh, that would have been such an awful goal, because I feel like I'm there. Good. Yeah, it should be a foul. Stefan. Never mind. That's fine. But so many of you have been like trying to copy my tactics, copy the way I play, try to beautify your own game a little bit. I'm really glad about that. I hope it comes through in the video, because when I'm playing, like, I'm really frustrated because there's just no space on the field. But hopefully when you're watching, there's something different about my gameplay than you really get anywhere else. Inverted fullbacks. So false back? Roman DLPs, advanced forward support. I'll try wingbacks on support, but okay. So the problem I had with Shadow Striker, and I want to know if you had this one too, is... Let's go to the midfield, because it'll make it more clear what I'm talking about. So when I'm doing the 4-2-3-1 narrow, the Shadow Strikers would do this. They'd be on the outside of the fullback a lot, and just kind of make this kind of run. Now this was even worse if this guy was Shadow Striker, because instead this run would be made, and of course this player can't make that. Like, you just kind of end up, if that center cam is on Shadow Striker, you kind of end up with a 4-2-4 sometimes. So you want the depth for that guy, I think. Especially if you're Shadow Striker on these ones, but the problem I had is, I want them to start here, and I want them to go this way. I want them to cut inside. And the left mid and right mid, inside forward, I think the quote-unquote inside forward idea is they do start kind of here, and then they'll drift here, so, like, even in build-up, we're way back, like on my own side of the field. Keep in mind, all the numbers are here. Let me make it so the numbers make sense. But in build-up, like, this player would start here, and they'd run, like, just this way. And then from here, they can do that kind of inside run. Whereas with the 4-2-3-1 wide, like, they'd kind of just be around, or 4-2-3-1 narrow, kind of just be around here, and then they'd go just here. The other nice benefit is the 4-2-3-1 wide is better defensively. Just because those wide mids are a little bit further back than wide cams would be. But now that I've got better fullbacks and better CDMs than the last time I tried the 4-2-3-1 narrow, I probably will give that one a go. Let me... I'm not going to copy what you did exactly, because I've got my own spin. I'd keep it very similar to what I've currently got. But I'll see if I test that next week, Falcor. I'm not going to do any testing tonight, because the stream's ending. I got to go. I'm pretty tired. We've been streaming for 4 hours, which is a decently sized stream here. But tomorrow is going to be Weekend League, and I don't like messing with things too much the day before Weekend League. You do the player. Yeah, that's fair. So that's the difference is... you can see it just in here. Like there's a little bit of green space here. If you do balance, it's even more evident because they're just a little bit deeper with it, but the green space is all there versus, let's see, with the 4-2-3-1 narrow, not that. Name of it doesn't matter. Where do they have it this year? Here. The Shadow Striker is technically more inside. They're never out wide, so they're more here. But the green square wasn't here in the center. And that's all I mean, is like I like them getting into that spot sometimes. They're a little bit more likely to get that far over. Yeah, they show it there for the most part. But, oops. No. I didn't change anything, right? Everything's still correct. Yes. Okay. I could definitely try, because I'd have Milo, Musiala, and Hamsik as cams then. So yeah, maybe next week, because I didn't try it with different fullback settings, and maybe the 4-2-3-1 narrow works pretty well with a new wingback support or something. But this is going to be the team as we line up for next weekend. Well, tomorrow. Chad, I am tired. I need to take a break. We're at 974. We started today at 949 subscribers. We've gained like 20, 25 today or something. I do appreciate the support from all of you. 4-hour stream. I know we're getting late, so at the end of the day, a lot of people do have to go, but I do appreciate 13 of you still sticking around. We'll be live tomorrow. We'll be live Saturday. We'll be live Sunday. We just kind of keep going with this. I'm happier with today. Some of the performances weren't quite there, but a lot of them were. What did we start the day on? What was the MMR we had at the very beginning? I want to see how that looked. Come on, load. Come on. We started at 8. Yeah, we started at 8:33. We're going to end at 8:56. So we did have overall winning record, but not by too much, I think. My record, not rush. My record this year looks worse than ever, I think. We're on 518, 74, 204. That's not too great for me, for how it's been in the past. Saw the BVB crest and brought into the stream. Classy guy. Thank you. Been a Dortmund fan for years. Hey, Abe, and all of that. It's been an interesting season for us so far. I support Sahin, but it was always going to be a rough transition from stodgy, effective, but non-possession based, unpretty Terzic ball into an actual, like, standard possession based top European team. What was I getting? I had one more thing I wanted to look at. I forget now. I do feel bad about all the Bayern in my team. All we've got Kobel and Malen. Well, I guess it's all, we've got Boe, but then 2 Bayern Womens. Which BFLB Womens are like 4th tier Women's League right now. I thought I had to sneeze. We did have Kimmich on the bench. We did have Rafa Guerrero, who's such a rat. I miss him, but I never want him to do well again at the same time. But we're a counter. We've always been a counter team, and Sahin's trying to move us from counter into possession, and I think that's where we're having a lot of sticking points, because you think about, like, what is Adeyemi best at? On the counter. What is Malen best at? On the counter. What is Gittins best at? Pretty much on the counter, or holding the wing this year, but what is Maxi Bayer best at? Probably counter, although he can do some possession stuff. What is Brandt best at? Counter. Brandt's such a transitional player that it's frustrating. He's the one I have the biggest bone, well, one of the ones I have the biggest bone to pick, just because I want to see him turn his man. I want to see him drop his shoulder and, like, open up space for us, but he's best when the whole play is ahead of him and he's just playing an easy through ball onto, you know, one of our attacking wingers who's in a bunch of space, like, dictating the play. He's not as good at. When we sit back, we suck, considering we don't have agile players at the back for the most part. Yeah, it was always, we want to be on the front foot, of course, but some inviting pressure into us is good, again, because it opens up the ability to counter, but we're so error prone on defense. And Metch has taken some of that, like, he's just been good enough defensively that he's fixed some of that issue recently, but, like, Brandt, when he's playing as an 8, isn't good enough. Gross has his problems as a defender. I like him, but he's not, like, an ideal midfielder per se. Chan is Emre Chan. It's not even worth talking about. Our players can't seem to do simple short passes. So I thought this was going to be an issue because, again, we had a very transitional. Is Fulkrug good at, like, Fulkrug's good at layoffs? I'll give you that. But on transition, he's not going to be a possession player. He's not making any passes. Not like anything creative. Garassi is better at that, but it's going to take us time to get there. Adeyemi can't pass. Malen can't pass. Gross can, but he's a new addition, so it takes time to integrate into the team. Rierson can't. Ben Sabieni surprisingly can. And Mecha can. Chan can't. Quoto hopefully will, but we haven't seen much from him yet. But the bulk of the team, the players that have stayed here for a while, Slaughterbeck, Sula, Rierson, Chan, who were really building the team around at the start of the year, which, whatever. Bronze. None of these players are used to being a possession-based team. So it's almost like they have to undo the Terzic in them. Like, Sahin has to go to them and go, no, I know you've been used to playing this. Get it out of your heads. We're going to have a bunch of training sessions to get you used to just playing against low blocks, which we can't do. And just get used to being that possession-based team. And none of these players are, we've just been so unused to it lately that we're really bad at it. And of course, Sahin's going to take some time to do it, which is exactly what you say. It's what we don't have. It's trying to just, like, grab everybody by the scruff of their neck and go, no, we're being this now. Of course it takes time. Yeah, of course. And, like, I'm not, I don't know. Terzic had success, but only in one and never the other. we need to be able to do well in both. And I mean, Sahin, of course, crashing out of the Pokal doesn't help with that, but I guess you give the guy more than a year to see how he's going to do. We're also just we've got no rotation in our team. We've got like 14, 15 senior players, and 6 of them have been injured. Culture of the field has to change. It'll be curious to see what changes when Vatska goes. I don't know if that's going to fix everything, because everyone behind him has still been with the team for a while, but I'm not inside enough to answer that. I don't follow necessarily the news. It's like, how are the training programs going, or how's like the dressing room mood or anything like that. But probably, because so part of it has been, we're a selling club. If we think about the talent that's come through our doors, it's been like Lewandowski, Götze, Hummels, although he comes back, Mkhitaryan, Aubameyang, Usman Dembele, Pulisic, Jadon Sancho, Bellingham, Haaland. None of these players have been players we've been able to build the team around. They've all been sold, and we never replaced them with players that stay, except for like Torgan Hazard and Tama Meunier, who did really bad for us. Like, every long-term transfer we had has been pretty mid. The only player we've had for a long time that's been good is Royce, and you could say like Hummels. Schlotterbeck and Kobel, hopefully we're building for the future, although Kobel's having build-up problems. Buyers hopefully build for the future. Guirassy we should have for a while. So hopefully we've at least got a core, like if Kuoto stays for a couple of years, hopefully we can build on them. None of them are quite exciting enough to leave for like 70 million, but they should be upper Bundesliga level talent. But again, if we have to sell Jamie Gittins because we don't have money next year, and if we have to sell, if anybody else goes, then like, we're not going to replace them well enough. So we've either got to keep our talent or do better at replacing. But I think the selling culture for me has just been, we never hold on to anybody because we don't have that ambition. If we can hold players, then the idea is to get them the titles, not to just kind of keep making money every year and never do anything with it. But they do talk about, like, Real Madrid has just that, they're serial winners. They just win everything no matter what. Man United under Sir Alex Ferguson, they just won everything no matter what. I think Dortmund probably does have that. Sometimes you just buy, I don't know, a CR7, a Modric, Benzema, who are like, these are players that just win, and they're used to winning, and they don't accept not winning. And I think Dortmund, you watch us sometimes, and the players come off the field after another away defeat, and it's like, we're just holding our heads low. And I don't want to be toxic about it, but like, somebody's got to come along and go, like, no, we're not going to do this. I'm going to force you to win no matter what. I'm going to just keep, like, I'm going to take the team, and I'm going to drag us through the mud until we do get the win. I don't think we've got that guy who's just going to force the win no matter what. Got a good set of players to make it. I think so too. I think we've got a good core to build around. The only one that's planning to leave is Malen, so everybody else we should be able to have. We need a couple of replacements, a backup fullback, another backup center back, or, whatever. But here's the problem, though. We keep rebuilding, and we keep rebuilding, and we keep rebuilding. And if I look at the team right now, it's like, I can understand where we are right now. Because, Royce left, Hummels left. Okay, we didn't perfectly do the transfer window. I mean, that's okay. You can understand. We've got a new coach. You can understand. We have a bad start to the season. You can understand. We have a bunch of injuries you can stand. And you can understand. You can rationalize it out forever. You can just keep on going with that and go, well, we don't have the money. We don't have the resources of the other teams. We don't have the players. We don't have the, And I can get, for a 1 year thing, I get where we are right now. Like, we're not doing the best because it's a new coach. It's a lot, like, we had 6 new players to integrate, and then, like, 2 players coming off of injuries and some youth talent we're trying to bring in, we're failing at. But of course the start of the season's not great. New coach, new players. So if you look at it just in that like 1 year period, of course we're not doing well. And I can understand that. I can accept that. But if you look at the past 11 years, no, we've had new coach and new players, and we should build from that. And we fail at building on that, and we have to rebuild again. And we fail and we rebuild again. So you keep going like every 2 years. You're like, but this is gonna be like I can take a down year because the next year we're gonna build, and then we fail and somebody gets fired or somebody gets sold. And then it's like, okay, well, it'll be another 2 years until we fix things again. And then the 2 years happen and everything fails. So even if Sahin does really well and we do build something the next year, that's great. Like, we need that. Of course, we're in a rebuild phase right now. But it's just, like, for the scale of the last decade, it's not acceptable that we're still having to rebuild now. We shouldn't have to rebuild right now. We should be fine right now. This should have been already built. We should have the foundation. Definitely subscribe, thank you. Still using Schuler, yes. Tati prediction, I really don't know. The start of the season has been so weird for performance. Like, you would think it's Vinny, Mbappe, Haaland up top. But the end of the season is always so important, and Haaland's obviously not having a great season. Mbappe's not having a great season. And the names of them, they're still going to get the votes. But, like, maybe it should be Salah, because Liverpool's killing it. But also, last season really matters, so I don't know. It's probably going to be Haaland, Mbappe, Vinny, Bellingham. I don't know if it should be KDB because he was injured so long. I don't know if Odegaard's got the pull to make him in that list, though. It'd be Rodri. Well, he's injured. It'll probably still be Rodri because Euros will pull such a heavy weight for that. But then who would the other one be? Like, nobody with Argentina for Copa win is good enough as a midfielder. Nobody Bundesliga, nobody Serie A. Like, maybe Barella could have that, but, like, he doesn't have the pull. He doesn't have the votes for it, right? I don't know. Brent has a couple years, yeah, but he's a player we should be building around, but he's also not, like, the best cam in the Bundesliga. Sometimes I look at Leverkusen and Bayern and I go, damn, you have Musiala, you have Wirtz, and we've got Brandt. It's just not quite the same category. Definitely, I read that already. Jude did have a good mentality, and I think the rest of the team didn't like that, which is interesting. I understand, like, butting heads a little bit, but he was always going to move on because he wanted to win, and I'm not sure the rest of the team did. Twitch is, I don't stream on Twitch now. I want to in the future, but it's, should be able to link it. No, that doesn't. That's a shame. Do I have to put the HTTPS at front? Does that do it? There we go. Yeah, I don't stream there right now, but I do plan to in the future. As a United fan, exactly. You think the owners just want to make a profit? They don't care about it. We might have that problem. And again, Vasil's leaving, so it could improve when he leaves, but it's hard to say. But yeah, it's exactly the same thing we're talking about with United versus Dortmund. No, obviously, I'm not comparing Klopp to Sir Alex Ferguson in terms of longevity, because obviously losing somebody who's been in the club as long as Ferguson would harm your club even more. But it's like United lose the manager, try to build with Moyes, fail, try to build with Mourinho, fail, try to build with whoever's next, fail. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer gone. Like, you can accept. And United was harder because it was an aging squad, and it needed some heavy replacements. But you think with their resources and everything, and the other thing with United, they have such a winning mentality that they won't accept anything else, which means you needed to accept something else. Of course, you're not going to do so well. You just lost Alex Ferguson. And you have to rebuild your whole team. So it's hard when you have that winning mentality to go, okay, but the next 2 years we need to rebuild. But United should be fine now because they should have built in the past. So invest in some youth talent, figure out the philosophy they want, figure out a modern way of playing football, and adapt to that. Take your year or two off and come back strong. And they failed to build, and then they tried to rebuild, and they failed again. You're just stuck in the same cycle, yeah. Made a bet with a United fan that we'll finish higher than them. That Dortmund will finish higher? What do you mean by that? Or do you mean somebody else by we? Jamie would if we don't sell him. I think our future should be Jamie, Maxi, Juju, Duranville, but and Adeyemi. So I'm not sure how I feel about Adeyemi because he's technically limited, but like he's defensively solid with his work rate and obviously a great counterattacking threat. It's just the counterattacking threat doesn't matter as much if we're going to be a possession-based team. Respective league. We should, well, it depends on how Emeren's going to do. I'm hoping Dortmund turns it around because there's no way our away form stays this bad. You can tell Sahin's messing with the tactics, but at least there are tactical ideas in place, and you think at some point, I think at some point they're going to end up working. It's just, is he going to make the right tactical call per game? Because he has messed that up a couple times, which you get with a new coach, but West Ham has no philosophy. I saw a tweet from West Ham the other day that was celebrating Fulkrug scoring when you're 3-1 down in the 90th minute, and people in the comments were going, why even celebrate this goal? We're losing here. Finished 4th in Bundesliga, and we'll finish 3rd or 5th. Bundesliga is really competitive this year. It's interesting because it's Bayern, Frankfurt, is it still Leipzig? Leverkusen, us. Freiburg is tied with us. Mainz is right behind. Wolfsburg's right. Sheesh, this is really close. 10 points off Bayern sucks, but only 2 wins off Frankfurt, so. Okay, we're on 20 points. United's on 19. And they're all the way down on the 11th. They get extra games play. They're on 14, we're on 12, so points are different, obviously, but I don't know. It all depends on how Emeren does. Draw against Bayern is a win. Probably new coach. I mean, it sucks to concede in the fashion that we did in the 85th, but I'm not going to complain about that. You can't really go where we are right now. You can't really go and say, yeah, we should be beating Bayern. So I'm competing with City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Chelsea, Nottingham Forest, Brighton, Aston Villa. Because Brighton's in 5th. Forest is in 6th. Villa's in 7th. Then Tottenham, then Brentford. So that's an interesting table this year. But yeah. Okay. Well, unfortunately, Kobel's probably going to go soon because we're getting a Buffon card, and I'm going to have to put Gigi Buffon in that. Which means Malen, my second least favorite Dortmund player, is the only one left in the team, but it is what it is. We don't have anybody good in FIFA right now. So I can just keep Mats. I'm glad Bensebaini is doing well, but I miss Mats. He wanted to stay with us. I've seen a lot of the fan base turn against him for like assuming he didn't want to be with us or something. I'm like, he was a lone player and he wanted to come back, and it's not up to him how much money Chelsea wanted. Like, club couldn't afford 40 million for a left back. What do you want from him? No reason to hate him, just because I mean, he messed up once in the final, which I know a lot of people are salty about, but like, he's still a big addition for us. I feel like Matson would do well with Sahin too. Because Matson and Kuoto on the wings would be pretty similar with what they could do for us. You know what's been funny is since we've had so much trouble against the low block, we've really resorted to crosses at some points. Pascal Gross has sent just a crap ton of crosses in, and Jamie Giddens has done one on his left that Grassi scored. Who else crosses a lot? Pearson does, because he doesn't really have anything else he can do. But I feel like we've crossed even more this year than last year. I feel like Fulkrug must be looking at us going, where was the service when I was there? Because we made Fulkrug play really on the ground a lot. Who's the best player in your opinion in the final? Up until the mistake. I think Hummels was probably our best, but Mawson was definitely one of the best. It's a shame when your best players were all like Hummels, Mawson, Kobel, Schlotterbeck, but Roman Berkey. What team is he on again? He's on St. Louis, I think. Shout out our succession of Swiss keepers, which I cannot believe, by the way. It's like, it's pretty absurd that we've gone from Hits to Berkey to Kobel. They've all been Swiss. Okay. I do have to call it a night because we're at 4.5 hours for the stream, and yeah, we're streaming tomorrow, we're streaming Saturday, we're streaming Sunday, so we'll have every day for the weekend. My streams on Saturday, Sunday are a little bit earlier, a lot earlier in the day, but Friday will be about the same time. We start, I guess we started 4 hours ago, your time, depending on what your time is, but anyway. I do have to say goodnight. I thank you for all the comments at the end. We should maybe just do some more chatting sessions at some point, because I like the idea of just talking. And when I'm actually in the game here, it's so hard to look back at chat. This year takes so much more focus than any other year for FIFA. Because I gotta be on top of so many things. You've gotta lock in. You can't let anything get to you, because all the little frustrations will build up and you'll start playing worse. And I have to scan the whole field just for any attacking movement to be made, and the defense is so powerful, you gotta keep it all in check. So maybe some breaks where we just talk about real football would be nice. I'll talk about the Dortmund game Saturday, which is against Gladbach. I might do another watch along. I did one for the Bayern game, just to see if you want to turn the game on and watch along with me. But anyway, thank you all for chatting. Have a good night, everybody. I'll catch you all tomorrow.